a brushed and steady pattern that lingers in the air. You meet me at the corner, laughing at the sky, neither of us complaining or wishing it were dry. Your jacket smells like rainfall and something warm beneath. You brush a strand behind my ear with easy, steady breath. We walk without a hurry, shoes tapping in time, puddles catching reflections and shifting silver rhyme. I used to see the rain as pause, a break I didn't choose, but now it feels like breathing room that I don't wanna lose. Cafes glow with amber light, windows fogged in hue. We step inside, the narrow door drops shining off of you. The room is filled with murmurs, spoons against porcelain tone. Outside the rain continues, a rhythm all its own. You reach across the little table, warm fingers on my hand. Not dramatic or possessive, just quietly planned. There's something about rainy days that makes the world feel small, like all the scattered noise beyond has softened to a call. We talk about the simplest things, plans that may or may not be, dreams that sound less fragile when spoken gently. The base of water on the roof keeps faithful even pace, while time forgets its urgency inside this small space. When we step back out together, the rain is not yet gone. It wraps the streets in satin like a quiet song. I tilt my face toward the sky, let droplets trace my skin. You smile without instruction and let the moment in. There's brightness in the overcast if you are still enough to notice how the gray can hold a softer kind of love. The rain does not erase the day or wash the color thin. It deepens every outline and lets the light sink in. So when the rain decides to stay, I do not step away. I walk within its steady grace and let it shape the day.
The stairwell smells like dust and paint, footsteps soft and slow. Door unlatches with a push, cool air starts to flow. Sudden sky without a frame, stretching wide and dark. City scattered far below, lit in careful sparks. Traffic threads and glowing lines, red and white in streams. Windows stacked like quiet grids, holding private scenes. Sirens somewhere distant, fading into night. Up here everything feels smaller, under open height. Rooftop above the noise, breathing room at last. All the sharp and crowded hours, no longer moving fast. Just wind across the concrete and skyline drawing thin. A broader kind of silence settling within. The piano opens spacious chords, clear and widely placed. Brushes tap a gentle swing, unhurried in their pace. The bass line hums beneath it, low and steady deep, like grounding in expansion that the night can keep. I lean against the railing, hands wrapped round the steel, feeling how the metal cool anchors what I feel. Problems that felt towering now look measured small, not erased or vanished, just not so tall. I used to stay down in it, caught in every sound, car horns, buzzing messages, footsteps all around, believing urgency was proof that I was alive, mistaking constant motion for something I must strive. I used to stay down in it, caught in every sound, car horns, buzzing messages, footsteps all around, believing urgency was proof that I was alive, mistaking constant motion for something I must start. I used to stay down in it, caught in every sound, car horns, buzzing messages, footsteps all around, believing urgency was proof that I was alive, mistaken constant motion for something I must strive. Step back just a little, see it whole. Clouds drift in slow formation across the urban globe, planes crossing distant pathways in arcs both high and low. There's rhythm in the vastness, in breathing without rush, in letting all the inner static settle into hush. I trace the lines of avenues with my eyes alone, imagining the stories behind each lit up home. Everyone inside them carrying their own weight, yet from this height it softens into something less than fate. A rooftop above the noise reminds me how to stand, not smaller, not escaping, just steady where I am. Perspective isn't distance, it's space to understand that I am part of something wider than I planned. Stay here just one more minute. My jacket, city humming low. Eventually I turn back, down the stairs I go, carrying that broader view into crowded streets. Rooftop above the noise, still steady in my heartbeat.
I didn't plan to notice you, it happened in between. A question about the weather and what the weekend means. You laughed before you finished, like the punchline came too soon. And something in the looseness shifted softly and chasing signs. I'd folded up my history and packed away those lines that used to write themselves at night across my open chest. But there you were without a plan, disturbing all my rest. It wasn't wild or reckless, no dizzy spinning floor, just a quiet recognition I had felt once before. Not the same familiar echo, not the shadow of the past, but something built on patience, like it meant to slowly last. When my heart tried again, it didn't break the door. It knocked with steady fingers, like it had learned before. No racing into forever, no promises too soon, just a steady growing rhythm, like a low and honest tune. You asked me what I love to do when no one else could see. I told you about midnight walks and writing secretly. You listened without fixing, without trying to impress, and that simple kind of presence felt like unexpected grace. There was a moment I went silent, felt the old defense arise, a reflex born of endings and unfinished goodbyes. But you didn't rush to fill it, you let the quiet stay. And somehow in that breathing, my fear just slipped away. I remembered what it cost me to give myself before, how I learned that love can flourish even when it doesn't endure. And I swore I'd guard my softness like something made of glass. Yet here I was considering letting new light pass. When my heart tried again, it did it carefully, not falling into stories or rewriting history. It opened like a window, not a storm, not a flame, just enough to let in color where the walls had been the same. You didn't ask about my ex or who I used to be. You asked me what I'm dreaming now and who I hope to see. Becoming in the future, growing into space, and loving you feels different because it moves at its own pace. I'm not comparing memories or measuring your touch against a ghost of yesterday that once meant far too much. You're not a replacement, not a cure, a repair. You're simply something blooming because you happen to be there. And that feels strangely freeing, like breath without a weight, like stepping toward a doorway without sealing my fate. I don't need a grand forever or a fire ever above, just a chance to feel this courage and call it something close to love. When my heart tried again, it surprised me with its grace, not desperate for belonging, just willing to embrace the possibility of laughter that lingers after rain, the chance to build a story without repeating pain. So if this grows, I'll let it. If it fades, I'll
I spilled my coffee on the counter right at 8:15, late for something I can't remember, but acting like a scene. Wallet half inside my jacket, phone between my teeth, trying hard to multitask with dignity beneath. The barista looked up calmly, like none of it was new, handed me a stack of napkins, said I got you. Then he paused before he turned back toward the machine and said my name so casually, like it always been. A stranger who knew my name caught me off my guard, not from fame or status, not from working hard, just from showing up enough at the same old place. Turns out being ordinary leaves a trace. The piano leans into a brighter groove, a little lift and stride, brushes tapping crisp and light with humor tucked inside. The bass line walks with confidence, easy, clean and clear, like something small but meaningful just happened here. I laughed it off too quickly. Did I forget we met? He shrugged and kept it simple. No, I just don't forget. Said I order oat milk every single week. Said I hum when I'm impatient. Said I rarely speak. Suddenly I wasn't rushing or late for anything. I was just a regular in the middle of a swing of daily human overlap that quieted your lines. The unnoticed repetition of our passing times. A stranger who knew my name didn't change my life, didn't hand me revelation, didn't solve my strife, but something shifted subtly in how I moved that day, realizing I was visible in an unremarkable way. Ooh, you're seen more than you think. Traffic, still holding that receipt, thinking about the 1,000 faces I failed to really greet. How many names I've overheard without holding on, how many quiet constants I've leaned upon. He wasn't flirting, wasn't prying, wasn't overkind, just paying close attention to the background of my mind. And in a world of noise and scrolling profiles neatly framed, there's something revolutionary in someone knowing your name. The stranger who knew my name wasn't trying to impress, just doing what he always does with steady attentiveness. And maybe that's the lesson hidden in plain sight. Recognition doesn't need a spotlight. Learn a name, keep it. Now when I step inside that shop, I look a little longer at faces I once skimmed past like they were barely there. Turns out connection isn't rare or cosmic or untamed. Sometimes it's just consistency and someone knowing your name.
Hey, hey. a silence settled on the table between my hands. Steam is rising slowly from a porcelain cup. There's a quiet kind of courage in the way I breathe today. Not loud, not shining, just steady enough. I don't need a miracle to pull me to my feet. I don't need applause to know I'm complete. There's a rhythm in my chest, like a gentle refrain, telling me softly I can begin again. The light moves easy across the wooden floor, tracing every doubt I carried before. It doesn't rush me, it doesn't demand, it simply rests like a touch on my hand. I remember all the nights I questioned my worth, measure my dreams by the weight of the hurt, but something tender is changing inside. A deeper tone I no longer hide. I am not broken, I am becoming. Every small heartbeat keeps humming. Not of sorrow, not of fear, but of something honest and clear. The day open like pages I've read, familiar but different and what lies ahead. I don't need answers tied up in gold, just the warmth of a story unfolding. There's strength in the way I sit with my flaws, grace in the pause between breaths and applause. Nothing dramatic, nothing extreme, just a woman believing her own quiet dream. The baseline lingers beneath my skin, soft like forgiveness settling in. Each brush rhythm keeps time with my soul, gentle and grounded, making me whole. I used to chase every echo outside, looking for proof in the turning tide. Now I'm listening close to the sound of my own hope rising up from the ground. It's not a fire that blazes bright, it's more like a steady, faithful light, guiding my steps without a shout, teaching my heart what trust's about. If tomorrow bends in an unexpected way, I know I'll find my balance. I'll stay present and open, steady and true, holding the calm that carries me through. So here at this table, breathing slow, feeling the warmth in the undertow. I lift my eyes, I lift my chin, softly, surely I begin again.
Awake before the city, not because I have to run, just to hear the quiet settle before the day's begun. The kettle hums a low note like it knows the tune, steam rising in the kitchen, soft and slow and soon. There's comfort in the simple ritual of the cup, in pouring without thinking, letting shoulders drop. No headlines in the background, no racing through a feed, just light across the counter and breathing what I need. This slow table by the window is where I find my ground, where nothing asks for more of me than what I've already found. The world can wait a moment, it doesn't disappear, while I sit inside the stillness and let my thoughts grow clear. The piano plays in fragments, gentle, unannounced, brushes barely tracing a rhythm soft and round. The bass line feels like heartbeat, steady and discreet, a reminder I don't have to chase every moving street. I used to check the clock before my eyes were open, counting every second like time was something stolen. But now I let it stretch across the wooden floor. Minutes feel less urgent than they ever did before. This slow table by the window teaches me to stay. Not every morning needs a perfectly planned day. Sometimes it's just about the way the sunlight leans, and how a quiet presence can smooth the sharpest seams. No one's watching, no one's greedy. You can breathe. There's a softness in the silence that doesn't feel alone. It feels like space expanding into something fully grown. A place where I can listen without a need to fix, where small unfinished questions don't demand quick tricks. I stir the cup in circles, watching cream unfold, patterns forming briefly before they gently fold. There's beauty in the fleeting, in moments not displayed, in living without staging the choices that are made. This slow table by the window is not about escape. It's where I meet myself without adjusting shape. No louder version needed, no sharper point of view. Just honesty and quiet, and something steady true. Take your time, it's already enough. Outside the traffic gathers, voices start to rise, but I don't feel the pressure behind my waking eyes, because I've built this pocket of calm before the climb, a grounded kind of clarity that isn't bound by time. This slow table by the window will still be here tomorrow, waiting with the same embrace, through joy or through mild sorrow. And that is more than plenty, more than I once knew. That peace can start so simply, with nothing left to prove.
I wake before the noise can claim the room, before the clock decides my pace. There's a softness resting on the floor, a quiet kind of grace. I tie my hair and open up the blinds, let air move slow and free. The city hasn't fully found its voice, and neither have I, yet I breathe. There's coffee warming in my hands, porcelain against my skin, steam rising like a whispered plan of where this day might begin. I used to rush into the light as if I'd fall behind, chasing something undefined that never eased my mind. But now I sit and let it land, this gentle golden hour, not asking it to prove itself or hand me sudden power. The piano in the corner hums soft chords I almost know, like memory brushing past my sleeve in undertones below. I think of roads I've taken fast, and ones I let unfold, of conversations left midair, of stories half retold. Nothing feels like wasted ground, even the turns that bend. They shape the way I hold myself in quiet confidence. There's strength in not reacting first, in letting moments breathe, in choosing calm as my reply instead of restless need. I watch a stranger take her seat across the narrow space. She carries something in her eyes, a question on her face. We do not speak, we simply share the early morning hush. Two lives align in passing light without a need to rush. The bass of traffic far away keeps time beneath the street. A steady pulse reminding me that I am on my feet. I don't require a grand design to validate this day. Just honest work and open tone in what I choose to say. There was a time I doubted this my worth without a crowd. I thought applause would make it real or make my spirit loud, but meaning doesn't have to shout or blaze across the sky. It lives inside the measured breath, between the low and high. I gather thoughts like folded notes and slip them in my bag. Not burdens, just reminders of dreams I choose to have. The door swings wide, the light expands. Across the polished floor I stand, not smaller than before, but settled at my core. The day is not a race to win or something to defend. It's simply space where I can place the truest parts I send. If plans should shift or fade away, I trust the ground I've grown. My voice is warm, my steps are sure, my balance fully known. I walk outside with lifted chin, no armor left to wear. The world can move in louder waves, I answer with clear air. Every breath a gentle claim, every glance aware that life is not what waits ahead, but what is living here. And as the rhythm finds my stride, smooth and unafraid, I carry quiet certainty in every choice I've made. The morning does not promise ease or guarantee a claim. It offers only open space, and I step in the same. No borrowed light, no hurried plea, no echo to outrun, just steady warmth inside my chest, where the day begins with me.
The driver barely looks at me as I tap and find a place. Last seat on the midnight bus, city lights across my face. Windows hum with quiet roads, headlights slide like streams. Everyone is half awake, suspended in between. There's something about late travel that loosens up the mind, when conversations fade away and no one asks for time. No introductions needed, no versions to maintain, just breathing with the rhythm of steady passing lanes. Night bus, last seat, nothing left to prove. No one here expects a thing, no image to improve, just engines, low vibration under dim fluorescent blue. A quiet moving pocket where I can just be true. Ooh. The piano leans in gently with wide and open space. Brushes sweep a lazy beat, unhurried in their pace. The bass line hums beneath it, deep and calm and slow, like reassurance traveling where only I can go. I watch reflections overlap on glass and shadowed frame, my face dissolving softly into passing signs and names. Billboards blur to color, street lights melt to lines. Everything feels distant, yet perfectly aligned. I used to fill these moments with scrolling glowing screens, feeding restless thinking with endless digital scenes. But tonight I let the darkness stay simple and uncut. There's clarity in letting the outside volume drop. Night bus, last scene, carrying the day, letting all the sharpest parts smooth themselves away. No dramatic turning point, no sudden grand release, just smiles unfolding quietly into something like a piece. You made it through. That's enough for now. A woman near the window nods and drifts in sleep. Someone else is whispering into headphones deep. Lives unfolding silently beside me in a row. All of us in transit with places yet to go. There's comfort in the temporary, in seats we do not own, and knowing every stop ahead will set someone alone. Movement doesn't mean escape, it doesn't mean we flee. Sometimes it's just a softer way to sit more honestly. Night bus, last seat, almost at my stop. The engine slows its steady hum as the signal lights pop. I stand without reluctance, step down into the street, carrying that quiet space, still echoing beneath. The doors close with a patient sigh, tail lights fade from view. The road feels slightly different, cooler, somehow new. And I walk the final blocks without the usual rush, because the ride reminded me to lower every hush. Ooh, ooh.
I walk beneath the rising skyline, neon humming overhead. The evening carries quiet promise in every step I tread. Windows glow like scattered stories layered high above. Every street a moving current pushing gently with. Cars pass by in silver motion, footsteps blend in time. Yet in the middle of this rhythm there is space that's mine. I used to think the city rushed me, pulled me into speed, but tonight it feels expansive, giving room to breathe. The pavement holds the warmth of daylight lingering at my feet. Air is cool against my shoulders, balance clear, complete. I don't need to know the ending of where this path may bend. Freedom lives within the moment, not beyond the end. A saxophone on distant corners spills a mellow tone, threading through the open night, soft but fully grown. It doesn't claim attention loudly, it simply fills the air, like confidence that doesn't boast but knows that it is there. I pause beside a glass reflection, see my outline move, not chasing some imagined road, just standing in my groove. The skyline does not measure me or question what I've done. It lets me blend into its glow, distinct yet part of one. There's beauty in anonymity, in being undefined. No label pressed upon my chest, no verdict on my mind. I cross the bridge above the river, lights dancing below. Water holding fractured stars in steady undertow. The base of traffic far beneath keeps patient grounded pace, while I move through open air with lifted easy grace. This isn't escape or hiding from the life I know. It's claiming breath inside the pulse of everywhere I go. The night does not demand a plan or ask for grand display. It offers only moving light and space along the way. I think of all the versions of who I've been before, each one walking streets like these, searching for something more. Now I'm not searching outward for proof that I belong. The belonging lives within my step, steady and strong. A breeze moves through the avenues, carrying distant sound. Laughter drifting from a bar, warm and unbound. I smile without a reason, no headline to pursue. Just simple presence in the now, alive and true. Every window, every corner feels like open art, a living map of possibility printed on my heart. The city doesn't cage me, it expands my view. In all this moving, glowing life, I move steady too. No spotlight finds my name tonight, no crowd begins to cheer. Yet something brighter settles in, a clarity sincere. Under lights that never rest, with skyline wide and far, I walk as both the traveler and my own quiet star.
Neon humming in the window, 12:30 again. Countertop in polished chrome, reflecting tired men. A waitress with a practiced smile refills without a word. Jukebox glowing quietly, unchosen, barely heard. I take the stool beside the glass, order black and plain. Steam rising like a thought I couldn't quite explain. There's comfort in the late shift, in being just a name. No resume, no history, no need to stake a claim. Midnight diner coffee, bitter, strong and slow, holding conversations that nobody will know. No spotlight on the stories, no headlines left to chase. Just strangers sharing silence in a borrowed place. The piano leans into the hum, low and understated. Brushes trace a lazy swing, patient and unweeded. The bass line rolls beneath it, deep along the floor, like steady reassurance that we've been here before. A trucker talks in fragments about a distant state. A nurse between two shifts, watching numbers tick too late. Nobody interrupts him, nobody pretends. We let each other finish like long forgotten friends. Midnight diner coffee keeps the edges round, soft and sharp reflections without a single sound. There's dignity in staying till the rush has thinned. When the world feels smaller and quieter within, take your time. No one's counting here. I watch the door swing open, then close without a slam. Another pair of footsteps, another weary man. He orders pie and water, pays in folded bills, the kind of quiet transaction that never overfills. Outside the road is shining from rain that came and went. Traffic lights in patient loops, blinking their consent. But here the clock is softer, not pushing, not extreme, just marking gentle minutes like steam against a beam. Midnight diner coffee cools inside my cup. I let it sit a little before I finish up, because the taste is honest, unfiltered and sincere, like every low-voiced story spoken in here. One more sip, then I'll go. Waitress wipes the counter with steady, easy grace. We share a quiet nod, no hurry to erase the hours that we occupied in that late night glow. Midnight diner coffee, letting heavy hours slow.
I kept the cup you always use on the left side of the sink. I don't know why I never moved it. Maybe I needed time to think about the way you'd lean against me, half awake and half a smile. How the quiet wrapped around us like it wanted us to stay a while. We were never loud with promises, never wild with grand displays. Just a rhythm in the kitchen light, soft laughter in ordinary days. You'd hum a little out of nowhere while I trace your tired hand. We built a world in subtle glances only we could understand. And loving you was never fireworks, it was steady as a heartbeat drum. It was knowing where your silence ends and where my restless thoughts would run. It was leaning into honesty even when the truth felt sharp. It was finding warmth together in the middle of the dark. Now the chair across from me feels wider than it should, like space has learned to echo where your gentle presence stood. But I don't curse the leaving, I don't break beneath the weight. Some loves are meant to shape you, not necessarily stay. Your name still feels like home, even when you're gone. It settles in my chest like a half-remembered song. Not heavy like a sorrow, not burning like a flame, just tender as a doorway every time I say your name. I remember how we argued, soft but sure about our fears, how we tried to hold the future through a blur of hopeful tears. You wanted skies unbroken, I needed roots beneath my feet. Somewhere in that difference we accepted our defeat. But there was no shattered picture, no slammed door instead of pride. And I swear that kind of ending is a rare and sacred kind. Sometimes I still reach for you when something makes me laugh, like the way the barista smiles or a song from our old path. And for a second I can feel it, that familiar steady ground. Then I breathe and let it pass me, let the memory repeat sound. Your name still feels like home, but homes can change their walls, and hearts can learn new languages after love has made them fall. I am not the same as before you, and I don't wanna be. You left your quiet courage living somewhere inside me. If I see you in a crowded room, I won't turn away. I'll meet your eyes with softness for all we couldn't say, because what we had was honest, and honest things don't fade. They settle into who we are in every choice we've made. So I keep the cup a little longer, let the mornings come and go, knowing love can still be beautiful even when we let it go. And somewhere in another life, or maybe just this one, I'll thank you for the way you stayed until our time was done.
I used to rehearse my name like it was a product line. Polished smile, sharp and fast, every answer time. 30 seconds in a room to justify my place. Selling who I thought I was with a perfectly trained face. Handshake firm, eye contact, voice pitch just right. Listing all the things I'd done, like trophies in a light. Watching odds for validation, scanning for approval. Treating every conversation like a silent trial removal. The day I quit the elevator pitch, I felt the tension drop. No more bullet point itself, no more scripted talk. If you ask me what I do, I might just tell you slow. Not the highlight version, but the things that grow. The piano leans into a groove, more playful than restraint. Brushes snap, a lighter swing, unbothered, uncontained. The bass line walks beneath it, confident and loose, like something stepping forward without excuse. I remember standing once between floor 9 and 10, pitching future promises to strangers dressed as friends. And somewhere in that upward glide, I heard myself repeat a version so rehearsed it felt incomplete. So now when someone asks me what's your 5-year plan, I tell them I'm still learning how to stand, not climbing every ladder just because it's there, not shrinking down my story to make it easier to share. The day I quit the elevator pitch, I started telling truth, that I don't have it figured, that I'm still building proof, and that sometimes I get scared, that sometimes I misread, and that the best ideas I've had came when I wasn't ahead. You don't have to sell it, you can disarming and saying I don't know, and letting conversation take its natural flow. Not chasing every contact, not networking my worth, just meeting people plainly as humans on the earth. And strangely, things open doors without a push, because authenticity doesn't need a rush. It doesn't sparkle louder or dominate the floor. It simply stands unarmored and asks for nothing more. The day I quit the elevator pitch, I kept my voice the same. In hallways, bars, and boardrooms, no adjusted tone for fame. And what I lost in polish, I gained in breadth and space. A life not built on selling, but on showing up in place. That's who I am, take it or leave it. Now when the doors slide open, I step out uncompressed. Not optimized for strangers, not performance stress. Because a person isn't branding or angles tightly stitched. And I've never felt more solid since I quit the pitch.
You always sit across from me like nothing ever shifts, laughing at the smallest things, pretending we're just this. But something in the way your fingers trace the rim of your glass feels different than the years that have already passed. We said we never complicate the comfort that we build, kept every moment balanced without a hint of guilt. Yet every time your shoulder brushes close to mine, there's a quiet spark running under the line. I know your story's like the back of my hand, every reckless plan you never quite planned. You know the way my voice will fall when I'm unsure of it all. But lately there's a softness in your steady gaze, a lingering pause that gently stays, like we're standing on a fragile edge, neither stepping back nor making a pledge. I don't want fireworks tearing the air, no grand display to prove we care, just the warmth of your need against mine. And that slow unspoken sign, maybe love doesn't arrive with a shout, maybe it grows while we're figuring out how to hold the silence without fear, how to let someone truly near. Your laughter lands deeper than before, echoing somewhere at my core. It's not the same familiar sound, there's a tenderness newly found. I catch myself watching the curve of your smile, holding my breath just a little while, wondering when exactly we cross from safe and certain to gently lost. If I reach for your hand tonight, will it feel natural, will it feel right, or will the world tilt softly around, changing the shape of every sound? I don't need promises carved in stone, or perfect words carefully shown. Just meet me here in this in-between, where something honest can be seen. Let's not rush what's blooming, slow, let it unfold the way we know, with steady rhythm, calm and true, like every quiet talk we grew through. And if tomorrow carries a different name for what we are and what became, I'll remember this delicate phase where friendship softened into praise. So stay a moment longer than planned, let your fingers rest near my hand, right here where nothing seems to move. It's exactly where our hearts improve. No sudden change, sense your breath falling close to mine, and in that space so clear and strange is the place where we quietly changed.
Everybody's walking faster, like the pavements on a clock. Shoes tapping out ambition on every single block. Screens glow and moving faces, deadlines in their eyes. The air is thick with hurry, under steel and glass and skies. I used to match the tempo, let it pull me by the sleeve. Every ringing notification felt too loud to leave. Breathing like a contest, running without pause, measuring my value by invisible applause. But the city keeps on turning, whether I run or stand. So I loosen up my shoulders and unclench my hands. There's a rhythm underneath it, quieter than the sound, a steadier vibration if you're willing to be found. The city moves, not the way it used to make me. I let the trains rush past without letting them shake me. There's power in the choosing not to join the race, strength inside the stillness in holding my own pace. The piano drops a low chord, soft against the noise, brushes on the snare like a whisper in the void. The bass line hums assurance, deep and unafraid, like something rooted firmly, even when it sways. Billboards flash their promises of faster, bigger, more. Elevators climb ambition through every mirrored floor, but none of it can tell me who I need to be if I forget the person walking quietly in me. The city moves, at least not in that way. I won't trade my breathing for a brighter display. There's room inside my footsteps for something real and slow, a confidence that doesn't need a spotlight's glow. Let them hurry, let them prove you don't have to. I stand at intersections and watch the colors change, red to green to yellow, in predictable exchange. Everyone surges forward like there's something to defend, but I've learned the art of waiting without fearing what might end. There's clarity in choosing not to answer every call, not to fill each silence or scale each shining wall. I'm building something quieter, layer by steady layer, a foundation made of patience and honest self-aware. The city moves, I bend but never break. I move when it feels right, not for appearance sake. There's calm inside my center that no rush can displace, a grounded kind of certainty the skyline can't erase. Oh, you're not behind, you're just aligned with your own design. Light settles over windows, reflections in the rain. The noise becomes a distant hum instead of steady strain. And I can't walk these crowded streets without absorbing speed, because I know the difference between a want and need. The city moves, I don't nod unless I choose. I don't have to chase the shine or fear what I might lose. There's freedom in the knowing that I can simply be a steady pulse of purpose in the heart of urgency.
You looked up only for a second, but something shifted in the air, not loud enough for anyone yet. Suddenly you were there. The cafe noise kept moving on, spoons against porcelain tone, but in that small suspended beat I didn't feel alone. It wasn't lightning, it wasn't flame, no cinematic sign, just a subtle rearranging of your rhythm close to mine. You asked if this seat was taken, your voice low, steady, kind. I nodded with a careful smile, unsure what I might find. We spoke of ordinary things, work and weather, passing days. Yet underneath the simple words, a softer current sways. I noticed how you listened fully, not waiting just to speak. Your focus felt intentional, unrushed, sincere, unique. There was a warmth in how you laughed, not sharp, not seeking praise. It settled gently in my chest and lingered in quiet ways. I've known attraction quick and bright, the kind that burns too fast, but this was different, grounded, slow, like something built to last. You didn't try to impress the room or turn the light your way. You stayed within your natural frame and let the moment stay. When silence came, it wasn't strained, it rested soft and wide, like we were testing if this space was safe enough inside. I found myself revealing truths I rarely let unfold, not secrets heavy with regret, but stories rarely told. You didn't interrupt the thread or rush to make it light. You let my words exist as they were, unknitted, upright. The piano somewhere near the bar played chords in mellow hue. Each note seemed to underline the ease I felt with you. We didn't speak of future plans or label what we felt, yet something honest had begun before our coffee melt. A brush of fingers passing change, a glance held half a beat. The world continued as before, but softer at my feet. I walked outside beside you, the afternoon still young, not holding hands, just side by side with sentences unsung. There's courage in the early stage before declarations rise, when hope is quiet, steady toned, and lives between the eyes. You said you'd like to see me soon, no pressure in the phrase, just open air around the words, no hidden maze. I've learned not every spark must race toward promise or design. Sometimes the beauty lives within the patient, fragile line. So I let the feeling breathe, didn't grip or guard, allowed it room to form itself without pushing too hard. As we parted at the corner, your smile stayed with me, not as a fantasy to chase, but simple possibility. There's something rare in being met without a need to prove, where presence is enough to hold the smallest shift and move. Maybe this will grow with time or gently fade away, again between our words already changed my day. Not with fireworks overhead or dramatic display, but with a steady open warmth that chose to stay.
Laundry basket by the door, sunlight on the tiles, loose change in the pocket from a week of scattered miles. I separate the colors like I've done 100 times. Cotton, denim, ordinary fragments of small climbs. The washer starts its turn, low mechanical refrain, water filling up the drum, soft and unrestrained. There's comfort in the pattern, in cycles set and sure, in knowing that the process will quietly endure. Spin cycle Saturday, nothing grand at stake, just fabric, soap and gravity and gentle give and take. No speeches to deliver, no deadlines in my head, just rhythm in repetition and unmade weekend bed. The piano keeps it simple with open easy chords. Brushes mark a lazy beat like footsteps on the boards. The bass line hums beneath it, warm and steady tone, a grounded reassurance that I'm not alone. I used to call this boring, the slow domestic kind, dreaming of some louder scene to occupy my mind. But now I feel the value in folding what I wear, in smoothing out the creases with patient, quiet care. There's something almost meditative in watching water spin, seeing stains release their hold from where they once had been. Proof that even stubborn marks can loosen if you wait. Not everything requires a drastic shift in state. Spin cycle Saturday keeps the week at bay, washing off the rush of it in a steady sway. There's dignity in tending to details small and plain, in building peace from habits that quietly remain. Slow down, it's alright to live like this. The buzzer sounds, it's sending a soft mechanical cue. I lift the lid and feel the warmth of something made anew. Steam rising lightly upward into open air, the scent of simple cleanliness settling everywhere. I hang the shirts by window light, let them breathe and dry, watching breeze move gently under open sky. There's no dramatic milestone, no applause to earn, just shirts aligned on hangers, waiting for their turn. Spin cycle Saturday teaches me to see the worth inside the ordinary that steadies me. Not every satisfaction needs a spotlight's ray. Sometimes it's in the turning of a quiet Saturday. You're doing fine right here. By evening they are folded, stacked stacked in tidy rows, ready for another week of errands, work and roads. And I feel strangely centered in this modest ritual, because peace can start so simply in something habitual.
I reached for the same worn novel at the corner of the shelf. Your fingers brushed against mine and paused without a help. Dust hung softly in the sunlight, cutting through the air. The quiet of the little shop wrapped around us there. You smiled like it was nothing, just a simple overlap. But something in the stillness shifted in the gap. The wooden floor beneath our steps carried gentle sound. Every whisper of a page felt steady and profound. I've always loved these hidden rooms where time is stretched and thin, where stories rest in careful stacks and softer thoughts begin. You asked if I had read this one, your voice low, calm and clear, not loud enough to draw a glance, yet somehow drawing near. We spoke of lines that stayed with us, of endings bittersweet, of characters who felt like friends we'd one day hope to meet. There was no rush to impress, no clever words on cue, just honest curiosity moving between me and you. The sense of preparation warm felt grounding at my side, like memory without the weight or anything to hide. I noticed how you listened without planning what to say. Your focus wasn't wandering or drifting far away. I've known conversations quick, bright sparks that fade too fast, but this unfolded gradually like something built to last. You held the book a little closer, tracing lines in thought, not performing knowledge or claiming what you'd caught. Outside the world kept moving, cars and hurried feet, but here between the shelves the rhythm felt complete. I didn't feel the need to shine or shape a perfect tone. I spoke the way I truly think, unfiltered, fully known. You laughed at something small I said, not exaggerated or loud, just warm enough to settle in without a need for a crowd. We drifted toward the narrow desk where purchases are made, but neither of us seemed to want the moment to fade. You asked if I came here often. I shrugged and said sometimes. The truth was I had searched for spaces where silence gently chimes, not empty, not alone, but spacious in design, where minds can meet in quiet ways without a flashing sign. You wrote your number on the receipt, not bold, not disguised, just steady handwriting, unhurried and precise. No promise wrapped in urgency, no script about what's next, just possibility untangled and unflexed. When I stepped back into the street with paper bag in hand, the afternoon felt altered in ways I hadn't planned, not by spectacle or flame, not by dramatic cue, but by a moment softly held between the shelves with you. And as I walked beneath the trees with sunlight in my view, I realized some stories start without announcing. They do.
Fluorescent lights too bright for night, buzzing over tile. Plastic chairs in faded blue, lined in single file. Machine spinning steady rolls, glass doors catching foam. Coins clink down metallic slots, a rhythm of their own. Detergent in the heavy air, warm and slightly sweet. Dryers rumble, patient circles, low mechanical beat. A television mounted high without a single sound. Subtitles for a drama no one gathers round. Quarter turns at 2 a.m. Clothes tumbling slow. Watching fabric twist and fall in steady undertow. No one asks for conversation, no one needs a name. Just strangers in rotation in this late night frame. The piano rests in mellow chords, soft and evenly spaced. Brushes mark a subtle pulse, unhurried, unchased. The bass line hums beneath it, deep inside the floor, like grounding through vibration behind the dryer's roar. A woman folds in practice lines, precise and square and neat. A man in work boots checks his phone and rubs his tired feet. Someone studies quietly on a plastic chair. Highlighter moving slowly through textbook air. Quarter turns at 2 a.m. Keep the thoughts aligned. Watching cycles rinse and spin clears a restless mind. There's something in the waiting, in the low machine refrain, that smooths out sharper worries without calling them by name. Let it turn, let it spin. You don't have to rush. I lean against the counter, sip from paper cup. Let the hum surround me till the day loosens up. Not glamorous, not cinematic, just ordinary light. But ordinary feels different in the middle of the night. The dryers slow their rotation, heat fading into warm, a gentle kind of decrescendo after steady storm. I pull the clothes out carefully, steam against my face. There's comfort in the warmth of it in freshly folded space. Quarter turns at 2 a.m., not wasting time at all. Sometimes the smallest pauses are the steadiest of calls. No deadlines in this moment, no spotlight overhead, just tumbling through the noise inside my head. Almost done. Take it home. I stack the folded cotton balanced on my arm. Push the door into the night, cool air replacing warm. Machines keep spinning softly behind the closing frame. Quarter turns at 2 a.m. Still humming just the same.
I saw you first through the window glass. reflected in a moving train. For a second I forgot to breathe, like time had circled back again. You stood there with your hands in pockets, looking smaller than I knew. Or maybe I just saw you clearer, without the weight of what we grew. My heart didn't race like lightning, it didn't crash against my ribs. It moved like something careful, like it remembered how you live. There was no storm inside me, no trembling at the knees, just a warmth that felt familiar, like a long-lost melody. We almost said hello again, almost let the silence bend, almost stepped across the years that we folded into ends. You turned slightly toward me, I felt the air begin to spin. We almost said hello again, we almost let it in. I wondered if you felt it too, that gentle pull of then and now. Not a hunger, not a heartbreak, just a quiet wondering how two people once so certain could drift without a fight and still stand here unbroken in the soft electric light. I thought about the little things, the way you held your spoon, how you'd read the final pages first and hum an off-key tune. Those details didn't wound me, they didn't make me fall, they simply felt like chapters from a book I once called all. We almost said hello again, almost let our fingers move, almost asked about the years and what they helped improve. I saw your eyes grow warmer, like you felt it settling in. We almost said hello again, we almost let it begin. And maybe that was perfect, but nearly crossing line, because love doesn't always need to rewrite every time. Sometimes it's just a mirror held steady in the day, showing who we used to be and how we found our way. You look stronger in your stillness, more grounded than before. I saw the quiet in your shoulders, like you'd settled every war. And I stood there with my heartbeat steady as a drum, grateful for the story and who we've both become. We almost said hello again, almost said hello, but something felt complete, not broken, not unfinished, just balanced on our feet. We gave each other softness, a half smile, small and thin. We almost said hello again, and that was everything. The train arrived between us, doors sliding open wide, a brief and simple moment with nothing left to hide. You nodded like a promise that needed no defense, and I nodded back in kindness without regret or pretense. As you disappeared inside it, I didn't chase the sound, because loving you once deeply was enough to hold my ground. Some stories don't need sequels, some feelings don't demand a second chance at fire when peace is close at hand. We almost said hello again. and that was more than fine. A quiet kind of closure that felt like gentle time. No ache inside my breathing, no wish to start anew, just gratitude for who I was the day I loved you.
I bought a fern on impulse on a Tuesday after work. Didn't know the Latin name, just like this quiet perk. Set it by the window, watered it too much. Googled why are leaves turning brown, panicked at the touch. Now there's basil in the kitchen, succulents on the shelf, a cactus with an attitude that mirrors me myself. I check the soil each morning like it's breaking news. Celebrate a tiny sprout like headline-worthy view. I talk to my plants now like they understand. Hang in there, you're doing fine, is something I've planned. I rotate them for sunlight, apologize for drafts. It's cheaper than a therapist and twice as good for laughs. The piano's got a playful swing, a little bounce and grin. Brushes tapping lightly like mischief settling in. The bass line walks in circles, confident and round, like it knows I found my calm in chlorophyll and ground. I used to chase productivity, optimize my day, track my habits, count my steps, measure every way. But nothing humbles ego like a drooping little leaf. You cannot out-hustle nature or negotiate with grief. My neighbor thinks I'm strange now, catching me mid-speech. Don't worry, little Rosemary, you're finally in reach. He waters his tomatoes, pretends he doesn't care, but I've seen him whisper when he thinks nobody's there. I talk to my plants now about my week and such. They never interrupt me or advise too much. They just stand there, photosynthesizing, patient, green and still, teaching me consistency without a single drill. Grow slow, that's fine, so do the fern survived the winter, the cactus bloomed once, the basil bolted awkwardly, but that's life front to front. Some things thrive in sunlight, some need partial shade. Some days I overwater, some days I underplay. There's wisdom in the watering, in tending what you keep, in understanding progress doesn't always leap. It sometimes looks like showing up with picture in your hand, trusting small routines to slowly shape the land. I talk to my plants now, and honestly it's true. The things I say to them are things I need to hear too. Be patient with your growing, don't compare your leaves. You're allowed a season to shed what no one sees. You're doing fine. applaud my efforts. They don't demand a plan, but every new unfurling feels quietly grand. Turns out I didn't need another grand romance, just dirt beneath my fingernails and a second chance.
I watched you tying your hair this morning, the same small habit from years ago. Your hands move quicker now than mine, but I still see the child I know. You don't need me to pack your days or smooth the corners of your plans. You've grown into your careful grace with steady heart and capable hands. There were nights I lay awake, wondering how much I should say, how to guide without control, how to let you find your way. I try to give you room to fall without letting you break it all. Try to hold the door half wide so courage could stand at your side. You carry questions in your eyes, bigger than the ones I knew. Chasing roads I've never walked, dreaming dreams entirely new. And though I cannot map them out or clear each doubt that comes along, I trust the rhythm in your chest. It's been resilient all along. You don't have to win the race or prove the strength you already own. The quiet way you face the world has always brightly shone. There will be days that test your will, moments sharp and unforeseen, but you were built with patient fire and something beautifully keen. I see it when you speak your mind, not loud but firm and kind. I hear it when you choose your ground, balanced, thoughtful sound. If ever you forget your worth or feel too small to stand, remember how you learned to walk, by letting go my hand. Not because I stepped away, but because you chose to try. Each wobble shaped your steady step, each tear taught you to rise. You are not the sum of praise, nor the weight of passing blame. You are the pulse of your own days, with no one else to claim. When you walk into unknown rooms, hold your shoulders free. There's history in the way you move, a quiet legacy. Not perfection, not design, just love refined by time, carried in the tone you speak in every hill you climb. And if the path feels steep at times or lonely in the crowd, know that strength can whisper low. It doesn't need to be loud. I won't chase your changing sky or anchor you to mine. I'll stand here steady, proud and still, while you redraw your line. So go and ride and fearlessly across the years you claim. I'll be the voice that softly says you've always been enough, the same. And when you walk your chosen way, through joy, through doubt, through change, remember home is not a place, it's the courage in your name.
Boxes stacked against the wall, names written in black ink. echo in an empty room gives me space to think. Keys still cold inside my hand, or not fully known. Every sound unfamiliar, but somehow still my own. The hallway smells like fresh paint. Footsteps softly fade. Someone laughing 2 floors down in a language slightly strange. Street lights flicker patiently outside the narrow pane. A city I have never walked, whispering my name. First night on a new street, nothing set in stone. Every shadow holds a story I have yet to own. Not afraid of being new, or not knowing the way. There's freedom in the blankness of an unarranged day. The piano moves in gentle chords, careful and aware. Brushes sweeping quiet arcs like dust in evening air. The bass line hums beneath it, low and unconfined. A steady pulse reminding me I'm not leaving me behind. I place a cup on cardboard, sit cross-legged on the floor. No curtains on the windows, yet no pictures by the door. The silence isn't empty, it feels wide and awake, like something waiting patiently for the first small step I'll take. First night on a new street, no history to defend, no past mistakes replaying around another bend. Just breathing in the present, letting nerves unwind. There's courage in beginning without a fixed design. It's alright to not have all the answers right now. I think about the mornings that haven't happened yet. Coffee on this windowsill, sunrise I haven't met. Neighbors I will recognize by rhythm of their door. Conversations in the stairwell I've never heard before. There's beauty in the unknown, in maps without a marking, turning on a single lamp inside a quiet dark. Not everything familiar has to follow through. Sometimes growth is choosing a place that challenges you. First night on a new street, I listen to the rain, soft against the rooftop, like it's calling my name. Not warning, not demanding, just steady as it falls. A gentle introduction to these brand new walls. You made it here, that's enough for now. I stretch out on the hardwood with boxes as a frame. The ceiling feels much higher without a past to claim. There's space for different versions of who I might become. Room for quiet confidence in what is yet to come. First night on a new street feels open and alive. Not certain, not completed, but willing to arrive. If tomorrow brings confusion or streets I can't yet read, I'll walk them slowly, learning at exactly the right speed.
found it tucked between old pages, a sketch of something I once knew. Lines drawn with impatient hope and shades of fearless blue. I almost didn't recognize the handwriting as mine, so certain in its upward reach, so confident in line. Back then the future felt so wide, like doors without a key. I thought desire alone would build a bridge in front of me, but life arrived with gentle weight. Responsibilities grew, not crushing, just amending space and asking something new. So I folded up that fragile map and placed it out of sight, not as surrender, not as a loss, just hidden from the light. Years moved on in steady turns. I learned a deeper art, how to sustain, how to endure, how to protect my heart. Yet standing here with paper thin between my past and now, I feel that early pulse again, returning somehow. It doesn't rush or shout my name, it doesn't plead or cry, it simply rests beneath my ribs and asks me not to deny. The dream is different than before, less polished, less extreme. It doesn't need a crowded stage or glittering regime. It asks for time carved out each day, for practice without praise, for quiet rooms and honest work in measured, faithful ways. I used to crave the outer proof that I was moving fast, but meaning isn't built on speed or shadows that are cast. There's wisdom in a slower climb, in building stone by stone, in choosing growth that roots itself instead of being shown. I trace the outline once again of what I hope to be, and notice how it still aligns with who I've grown to see. The world has changed and so have I, my voice more warm and sure. I no longer chase applause to feel that I endure. Now I create because it's true, because it shapes my air, because there's something in the act that feels like living prayer. The folded paper in my hand is softer at the seam, not worn from failure or regret, but patient with the dream. I smooth it out across the desk, let daylight find its place, and see the lines still breathing there with quiet, steady grace. This time I will not hurry it or measure it by fame. I'll build it piece by faithful piece without a borrowed name. If progress comes in subtle waves, I'll meet it without fear. Each small advance enough to prove the calling still sincere. I am not who I was then, but neither is she gone. She lives within my present step, steady and drawn. The dream I folded years ago was never meant to fade. It waited for a fuller heart and hands less unafraid. So I begin without a rush, without dramatic claim, just breath and focus, warm and clear, rewriting its name, not chasing what I used to be, nor racing toward a claim, but honoring the steady truth that called me just the same. The dream I folded away has never left my side. It rises now in quiet strength, with nothing left to hide.
Boarding pass folded in my hand, coffee going lukewarm, slow. Announcements in a distant tone, soft echoes through the glow. Runway lights like scattered stars across the waiting glass. Engines humming somewhere far as heavy shadows pass. Most of the seats are half asleep, heads leaning to the side. Backpacks tucked like quiet guards of what we keep inside. Screens flicker in the dim blue light, charging cables snake. Everyone suspended between the move we'll make. Gate 27 before dawn, nothing yet begun. No wheels lifted from the ground, no rising with the sun. Just breath inside or holding space where time feels stretched and wide. Anticipation resting without a need to hide. The piano moves in open chord, space like empty air. Brushes sweep a subtle beat, almost unaware. The bass line hums beneath it, low and calm and deep, like reassurance traveling through layers of lost sleep. I watch the runway blinking in measured patient lines, thinking of the different roads that shape these older times. Trips that felt like running, trips that felt like proof, trips that tried to fix a thing that only needed truth. But this one feels much simpler, no drama in the frame, just curiosity unfolding without a need for name. Not leaving something broken, not chasing something bright, just stepping into movement at the edge of night. Gate 27 before dawn feels steady, not extreme, like the quiet page between two chapters of a dream. There's power in the waiting, in not yet taking flight, in knowing change can gather gently in the light. You're ready, even if you don't feel loud about it. A child across the aisle stares out at the wind, tracing fog on window glass in absent-minded rain. A woman scrolls through photos of someone back at home. Lives about to separate, yet never fully gone. I close my eyes a moment, let the hum surround, feel the ground beneath my feet, still solid on the ground. Movement hasn't started, but something in me has, a widening horizon beyond what came to pass. Gate 27 before dawn, soon they'll call my road. The line will form in quiet and we'll stand up slow. But right now in the almost, before the sky turns pale, I'm grateful for the stillness before the engines sail. Take a breath, you're on your way. The speaker cracks and clears its throat, a final boarding call. I rise without reluctance, not braced against a fall, because departure isn't loss and arrival isn't proof. It's simply forward motion, aligned with deeper truth.
The key turns slow inside the lock, a sound both small and new. The door swung wide to empty walls and light I never knew. Boxes line the wooden floor, marked in careful pen. fragments of a former life waiting to begin again. The air held no familiar scent, no memory in the paint, just space untouched by history, unwritten and untamed. I stepped across the hollow room, footsteps clear and bright, every echo answering back in open afternoon light. There's something brave in empty rooms and walls that haven't heard your laughter or your late night thoughts or every careful word I said. My coat along the chair unfolded, simple plans, not grand designs of who I'll be, just daily patience spans. The windows faced a different street, trees bending near the glass, cars moving at a softer pace, letting moments pass. I used to think a house was built from walls already warm, from patterns learned and furniture shaped into familiar form. But standing here with nothing placed, no pictures on the wall, I feel a quiet confidence that I can shape it all. The kitchen counter cool and bare waits for cups and plates, for morning light and evening talks, for open easy states. I open boxes one by one, books stacked by the floor, each spine a thread of who I've been, crossing every door. This isn't just relocation or a postal change, it's choosing where my voice will live in rhythm and in range. I place a lamp beside the couch, test the gentle glow, it settles in without demand, soft and low. The floorboards creak beneath my step, like learning how I move, adapting to my presence here, finding steady groove. I hang a coat by the narrow door, slide shoes beneath the stand, little rituals forming in unclaimed land. The walls no longer feel so wide or distant from my name, they lean in closer as if to say, we're ready for your flame. Not blazing wild or fierce, but warm and quietly sure, a lived-in kind of brightness, steady and secure. I imagine mornings in this place, coffee near the sink, late nights writing careful lines with room enough to think. This house will hear my laughter and witness silent tears, it will not judge the days I doubt or measure passing years, it will simply hold the shape of how I choose to be, open in its corners, honest and free. As twilight paints the empty space in amber, soft and slow, I sit against the painted wall and let the stillness grow. Not lonely, not unfinished, but waiting to be claimed. Every room a quiet promise, unlabeled and unnamed. I do not fear the blankness here, a wish for something more. I feel the strength of starting fresh as I close the door, because a home is not the past or what has come before. It's the courage to begin again in rooms with open corners.
Locker doors and muted rose, tile cool beneath my feet. Echo of a distant splash, soft and incomplete. Chlorine in the quiet air, sharp but somehow clean. Steam rising from the water, silver blue and serene. I dip a hand before I dive, feel the temperature, not cold enough to hesitate, just honest, clear and sure. The surface breaks around my arms, sound dissolves at once, world reduced to breathe and pull and measured, steady counts. First lane at 6, water wide and still, no scoreboard on the wall, no race against my will, just stroking breath in sequence, kick and turn in line, a private kind of rhythm where body meets the mind. The piano plays in open tones, clear and lightly spaced. Brushes mimic water drops in gentle brushed embrace. The bass line hums beneath it low like distant tide, a grounded undertone carried through each glide. Underneath the surface, noise becomes a blur, conversations fade away into a softened stir. Thoughts that felt insistent lose their sharp demand, they thin between the bubbles and slip right through my hand. I used to swim for speed, counting every lap, chasing numbers on the clock, refusing any gap, but now I move more evenly, not driven by the pace. There's freedom in the absence of something left to chase. First lane at 6, breath steady and slow, each exhale a release of things I let go. Walls approach then disappear in quiet repetition. There's clarity in movement without competition. Just one more length, not to win, but to feel. Light filters through the ceiling in shifting broken beams, dancing on the tiled floor like scattered silver streams. I turn beneath the surface, push off from the wall, feel the glide extend without force at all. There's comfort in the pattern, in water's firm embrace, in how it holds me evenly, no judgment in its space. It doesn't care for titles or what I did before. It meets me where I enter, nothing less or more. First lane at 6, pool nearly empty still. When I climb out slowly, there's calm in every limb. Towel wrapped around my shoulders, morning just begun. I'll leave with something lighter before the crowded hours run. That's enough for today. The doors close softly behind me, street air crisp and wide, but part of that blue stillness walks quietly inside. First lane at 6, a reset clean and true, carried in the rhythm of everything I do.
We didn't light the candles, we didn't pour the wine. No need for decoration to mark a fragile line. You sat across the table like every night before, except the air between us watched my steady hands. We spoke about the weather like we had other plans. But underneath the surface, where honesty can hide, there was a quiet knowing we couldn't push aside. The last night we were us, no thunder, no collapse, just two familiar heartbeats, counting careful gaps. No anger in the silence, no bitterness to prove, just love that had grown gentler with nothing left to move. We talked about the early days when everything was new, how we would miss the bus on purpose just to talk it through, how you would pull me closer in the middle of the street like the whole wide world was ours under tired city heat. We laughed at our old arguments, the ones that felt so big. Now they seem like stepping stones to who we had to live. Becoming through the friction, growing through the strain. Sometimes love refines you even when it cannot remain. I reached across and held your face, not clinging, not in fear, just memorizing details that once felt so near. The curve beside your left eye, the softness in your jaw, the version of you I learned without a single flaw. The last night we were us, no breaking plates in two, no promises to rewrite or vows to make anew, just gratitude unfolding across the kitchen light for everything we learned before this gentle night. You told me I was braver than I believed I could be, that loving me had changed you in ways you'll always see. I told you I was grateful for every steady year, for how you held my shaking and met me without fear. There was no need for rescue, no grand dramatic plea. We both had grown in directions that asked to be set free. And sometimes that's the courage not to hold too tight, but to loosen with compassion on a quiet night. We wash the cups together like ritual and release. Your shoulder brushed against mine with practiced easy peace. It didn't feel like ending, more like turning a page where two complete and tender hearts step into a different stage. The last night we were us, we let the future breathe, not as something stolen, but something we could leave in the hands of better timing, in the space of kinder truth. We gave each other dignity along with fading youth. When it was time for sleeping, you held me like before, not tighter than you had to, not closer than what's sure. And in that steady heartbeat, I felt no need to fight, because loving you was real, even on this last night. Yeah, morning came without a tremor, soft light across the floor. We didn't rush the doorway or hesitate once more. You picked up your small suitcase, I walked you to the hall, and in that simple gesture, we honored it all. The last night we were us, we'll never feel undone. It lives inside my breathing like something gently won. Not every love must linger to prove that it was right. Some stories end in kindness, like ours did last night.
across the sink, dishes halfway done, water running thin. I mean the thing you said last week about the class, the run, the book you swore you'd finally write before the year is done. I dried my hands on denim, pretended not to hear. You know how Mondays go, I said, they disappear. You laughed like you had practiced that exact reply before. You've been starting Monday since 2024. We said we'd start Monday every single time. Gym shoes by the doorway, still in perfect line. Not broken, not defeated, just comfortably delayed. Living in the promise of a plan not yet made. The piano's got a playful lean, almost teasing light. Brushes snap with subtle wit, not heavy, not too tight. The bass line walks with attitude, confident, amused, like it's heard this conversation, knows how it concludes. You don't need a Monday, you said leaning in. Tuesday works just fine, you know, or right now or within. I rolled my eyes dramatically like I always do, but something in your tone felt inconveniently true. We've bought the journals, calendars, highlighters and rows, made ambitious spreadsheets with color-coded goals. Sworn that this is different, this is finally it. Then ordered takeout quietly and Netflix after it. We said we'd start Monday because it sounds so clean, a fresh official gateway to the disciplined routine. But maybe we don't need a trumpet or a drum. Maybe starting softly is how things get done. What if we just begin right here? You grabbed your coat and key, said, walk with me instead. No 10-mile transformation, just around the block, you said. I sighed like it was sacrifice of something grand and rare, but slipped on shoes regardless, because you were standing there. Outside the air was simple, no soundtrack, no parade, just footsteps finding rhythm in the choice we made. We didn't map a future or swear to never quit. We just kept moving forward a little bit by bit. We said we'd start Monday, but Wednesday did just fine. No headline, no announcement, no perfect leader line. Life doesn't need a ceremony to shift into gear. Sometimes it starts in kitchen light, between the plates and here. So tomorrow again. You smiled without conditions. Sure, but if not, then we'll start the next small minute like we always can. And suddenly the grand idea felt lighter in its weight, not waiting for a Monday to choose another day.
You're eating on the edge picture 1,000 times, but somehow it still glows. We don't rush to fill the air. Silence fits us like a chair, worn in all the proper places, soft with years and steady traces. I remember when we used to speak in sparks and laughter, bold and quick. Every touch electric then, every glance a risk. Now it's slower, deeper grown, less about the world being shown, more about the way you sigh when I'm close by. Love didn't fade, it changed its tone, from restless fire to ember stone, not blazing wild across the night, but giving constant light. You hand me half your evening tea without a word, just naturally, and that small gesture says enough of ordinary sacred stuff. We've learned the shape of each other's days, the quiet moves, the hidden ways, when to speak and when to wait, how to soften stubborn fate. There were seasons hard and tight, moments neither wrong nor right. We bent but didn't break apart, stayed with open heart. I know the rhythm of your breath when sleep comes easy, deep and left. I know the crease above your brow when something pulls you now. It's not dramatic, not extreme, just steady as a living stream, flowing through the years we've known, polished smooth by time alone. Sometimes I catch your distant stare and wonder what is flickering there. You look at me and softly grin, like you're choosing me again. That choice is what keeps us strong, not perfection all along, but daily leaning side by side with nothing left to hide. The world can turn in hurried spin, but here the quiet hum within keeps our center firm and clear, a shared and balanced sphere. I don't need roses on the floor or grand confessions at the door, just your hand finding mine at night in practice, certain right. We are not who we were before, we carry gentler dreams in store, yet every year has only shown how deeply we have grown. If time should silver both our hair and lines trace stories everywhere, I'll still recognize your tone before it's fully known. So stay right here in this calm scene where love is felt but rarely seen, in simple acts and borrowed light, in leaning close each night. No promise shouted to the sky, no fear of sudden goodbye, just this steady breathing mean of how we live and still we lean.
The rain stops sometime afternoon without a grand goodbye. Clouds thinned out in silver threads across a rinsed out sky. Puddles held the quiet light like mirrors on the street. Everything felt lighter under slow retreating feet. I stepped outside with open hands, no umbrella this time. Breathing in the washed up air, clean and almost kind. Leaves were darker, sidewalks bright, windows softly shone. The city looked familiar, but somehow newly grown. After the rain, let's go. Something shifts inside, not dramatic, not extreme, just clearer in the mind, like worries lost their edges in that steady fall. And what once felt so heavy doesn't weigh at all. The piano leans in gently, notes spaced wide and free. Brushes trace a tender pulse like water off a tree. The bass line hums beneath it, low and slow and deep. A grounded reassurance that calm is mine to keep. There were days of quiet tension, stacked like clouds above. Thoughts circling in patterns I couldn't rise above. Every minor setback echoed twice as loud, as if my own reflection was trapped inside a cloud. But standing in the after of something finally done, I feel the space returning like warmth that follows sun. Not blazing, not overwhelming, just simple and sincere. A steady kind of clarity that settles without fear. After the rain, let's go. Streets breathe in relief. Traffic hums more gently, no hurry underneath. Footsteps sound more certain, not racing to explain. There's gratitude in knowing you survived the rain. It passed, it always does. You're still here. I watch the drops slide slowly from the edge of steel, falling without resistance, no urgency to feel. There's wisdom in that motion, in letting go on cue, not holding every burden longer than it's due. The sky begins to open, blue in careful parts. Not everything at once, just enough to start. And that is how it feels inside, a clearing, not a spark. A gentle kind of brightness after something dark. After the rain, let's go. I don't rush ahead. There's value in the lingering of what the storm once said. It taught me how to listen, how to stand and wait, how strength can look like patience, not force against the weight. Take it slow. You've already made it through. The air is cool against my face, carrying that clean scent of something freshly rinsed away, of tension finally spent. And I don't need a reason to honor this release. It's enough to feel the quiet returning as a peace. After the rain, let's go. I walk with lighter stride, not because the world has changed, but because I have inside. Some storms don't break you open, they simply help you see how clear the view can look when you let it be.
You're standing by the kitchen window, sleeves rolled halfway to your hands, evening light across your shoulders, softening our plans. We don't speak in hurried tones or rush to fill the space. Silence fits us naturally like something warm with grace. I remember how we started with restless racing hearts. Every touch electric, every moment sharp. Now the current runs much deeper. Less about the spark, more about the steady glow that stays beyond the dark. You pass us all without me asking, pour the tea just right. Small gestures laid over years that make the air feel light. We've learned the rhythm of each other, breath against the room. When to offer quiet presence, when to let thoughts bloom. There were seasons that felt heavy, words we struggled through, moments neither wrong nor right, just painfully true. But we didn't turn away or close the fragile door. We stayed long enough to see what staying was for. Shifted tone and hue, from dazzling declarations to something grounded true. I no longer need the world to witness what we share. The proof is in the ordinary, in how you smooth my hair, in the way you look at me, not searching for display, just meeting who I am today without the need to sway. We sit across the table, knees almost aligned, conversation wandering, unscripted and refined. I know the crease above your brow and something weighs your mind. You know the way I drift away when I need space to unwind. There's comfort in being known beyond the polished part. You've seen my restless edges and held my guarded heart. We don't promise endless summers or pretend we won't change. We choose each day deliberately within a living range. The world outside can hurry with noise and flash and claim, but here the pace is measured without a need for fame. Your laughter lands more gently now, deeper than before. It doesn't seek attention, it settles at my core. If time should mark our faces with stories drawn in line, I'll trace them like a map of us, a record of the climb. Not perfect, not unbroken, but honest in its frame. Built from daily leaning, not from borrowed flame. We are not the same as then, and I'm grateful we are not. We've traded restless fire for something warmer thought. So stand with me in this small room where nothing needs to prove, where love is felt in quiet ways and how we choose to move. No spotlight, no applause, no grand and sweeping chord, just steady breath and open hands at this familiar board. And when the night grows deeper and conversation ends, I find my place beside you, where leaning never bends. We rest without performance, without a scripted scene, in the space we've built together, where we lean with our words between.
Fluorescent lights still half awake, buzzing soft and low. Automatic doors on quiet mode, barely letting glow. Shopping carts and resting lines, wheels locked in place. empty store before the rush, wide and open space. Boxes stacked on metal carts, waiting to be cut. Tape peeled back in careful strips, cardboard opened up. Cereal cans and paper towels lined in patient rows. Everything with its proper spot, everyone that knows. At 7 at 5 a.m., no audience in sight, no one clapping for the hands that set the shelves just right. Just repetition, quiet work and measure, steady streams, a rhythm built from smaller tasks than most people's dreams. The piano lays a gentle groove, even and restrained. Brushes mark a subtle beat like soft and falling rain. The bass line hums assurance deep beneath the floor, a grounded affirmation of what this hour is for. I slide the boxes forward, face the label straight, turn the barcodes outward, align them edge to crate. It's not dramatic labor, no spotlight overhead, but order brings a kind of calm inside my steady head. There's pride in being early before the doors unlock, and knowing when the morning comes the shelves will fully stock. People moving through these aisles won't think about the hands that lifted, placed, adjusted to match the store's demands. Aisle 7 at 5 a.m. feels honest and contained, not chasing after glory, not working to be named, just doing what is needed without a need to show that dignity can live inside the tasks. Move things slow, you don't need applause to know it matters. A floor machine hums somewhere, polishing the tile. Another worker nods at me, sharing briefest smile. We don't trade long stories or speak about the day, but there's a quiet understanding in showing up this way. The store begins to brighten as dawn creeps at the glass. Outside the world is stirring, cars beginning to pass. Soon voices will be filling each checkout lane and line, but right now there's a stillness that feels almost like mine. Oh, 7 at 5 a.m., last box set in place. I wipe my hands on denim, look down the shining space. Everything aligned and ready for strangers passing through, and there's a simple satisfaction in what I've seen it do. It's enough. You were here. The doors unlock with gentle tone, first footsteps on the floor. No one stops to notice what the early hours were for, but I walk toward the back room with quiet, steady aim, because I know the unseen work is just as real as fame.
You pour the wine a little slower than you used to before, watching how the red light settles across the wooden floor. There's music drifting from the corner, low and almost thin, a brushed impatient rhythm, like something wearing in. We've had this bottle waiting for a night that felt just right, but somehow it feels different under softer light. You lean back in the chair with that familiar gaze, not distant, not defensive, just lost in thought these days. I know the curve of your expression, something weighs your mind, the way you hold your silence, measured, calm, refined. We speak of ordinary things, working, passing plans, avoiding all the fragile parts resting in our hands. It isn't that we don't care or that we've grown apart, it's that the air between us now feels heavier at heart. I reach to touch your wrist, then let my fingers fall, not out of fear of closeness, but sensing something small. A shift too subtle to accuse, too honest to ignore, like footsteps fading softly just beyond the door. You say my name the way you do, low and steady still, but there's a space inside the sound that once was filled. I used to know exactly where your laughter would begin. Now it lingers half a breath before it settles in. We built this love with careful hands, brick by patient brick, not fiery and reckless, but steady, warm and thick. So how do you admit aloud that warmth has changed its tone, without pretending it is lost or claiming you're alone? You take a sip and close your eyes as if to find a word. I watch the small movement of your throat and wait to be heard, but neither one wants drama or a door slammed shut. We've always chosen kindness even when it cut. The window holds our reflection, two silhouettes in frame, familiar in their outline, their altar just the same. I don't regret the years we gave or nights that felt like home. Love can be complete and still outgrown. You reach across the table, this time you don't withdraw. Your hand is warm, deliberate, without a hidden law. If we let this end with grace, you say, almost a plea, will you still remember us the way I choose to see? And something in that honesty unknots what I had feared. This isn't loss or failure, just clarity made clear. We finish what is left inside the bottle and the air. No promises to rewrite, no desperate repair. When you stand and take your coat, you brush against my side, a final quiet closeness neither one denies. Outside the night is open, cool against my skin, and I don't feel abandoned or hollowed out within, because the last glass between us was not a bitter end. It was two hearts choosing gently where love could bend, and in that careful leaving without a raised defense, we kept the thing that mattered most, our shared intelligence.
Streets still wrapped in early gray, shutters halfway raised, windows fogged from ovens on an amber gentle haze. bell above the narrow door gives a softened ring. Flower dust in morning air like light on everything. Aprons tied in quiet knots, hands moving with care. Dough resting beneath linen, impatient rounded air. Trays slide into metal racks, heat breathing from within. The scent of yeast and butter settles on my skin. Warm bread at dawn, not hurried, not displayed. Just crust beginning to take shape, where careful work was made. No rush of loud customers, no crowded line to claim. Just ovens humming low and sure without a need for fame. The piano moves in mellow chords, soft and slightly sweet. Brushes mark a gentle sway like flower on bare feet. The bass line hums beneath it, deep and comforting. A steady undertone in everything I'm sensing. I watch the baker score the tops with a practiced hand. Small precise incisions before the loaves can stand. Steam escapes in quiet bursts when oven doors swing wide. Golden edges forming with warmth they cannot hide. I used to skip these mornings, sleep through early light, chasing louder evenings into later night. But there's a kind of clarity in rising with the bread, in seeing something simple grow from what was spread. Warm bread at dawn feels grounded and sincere, not promising a miracle, just something real and near. The first loaf hits the wooden board with a hollow sound, knife tapping on the counter as crust is turned around. Take it slow, feel the heat in your hand. Paper bag held open, loaf placed carefully, warmth pressing through the fold into my palm softly. Butter melting slowly on the waiting slice, steam lifting toward the ceiling in a tender rise. There's dignity in rising in slow attentive time, in letting yeast and patience work their quiet climb. Not everything that nourishes needs a grand display. Some strength begins in silence before the open day. Warm bread at dawn, street beginning to wake. Cars rolling in the distance, engines starting up the brake. I step back through the doorway, bell ringing one last tone, carrying that warmth with me into hours unknown. That's enough to start. The sky turns slightly brighter, gray giving way to hue. I tear another piece, still soft and almost new. Warm bread at dawn, simple, steady, true. A small and honest beginning to carry me through. Carry me through.
I heard you moved across the city, found a place with taller walls, a window facing westward where the evening gently falls. Someone said you cut your hair short, like you needed something new. I smiled at that small detail, it sounded just like you. We haven't spoken in a while, no reason left to call, but that doesn't mean I wish you any less than all. The tenderness we carry didn't vanish with goodbye. It settled into memory without asking why. I hope you find it all, the laughter wide and free, a love that feels like breathing, easy as it should be. I hope your days are steady, your nights are calm and warm, a hand that fits inside yours, safe from every storm. I won't pretend I didn't ache when we first let it go. I walk through rooms of silence, learning how to grow. But growing doesn't harden, it doesn't close the door. It simply shifts the meaning of what we're grateful for. You taught me how to listen beyond my own defense, how to hold a fragile truth with patience and with sense. You showed me love is not a race or something to control. It's meeting someone gently and letting kindness hold. I hope you find it all, a kitchen filled with light, conversations stretching long into the quiet night, a partner who sees clearly the strength inside your doubt and never tries to dim you or leave you figuring out if someone else is standing where I once used to be. I hope they understand the way you think so carefully, how you need a little distance before you open wide, how loyalty runs deeper than anything you hide. There is no bitterness here, no secret wish to claim the pieces of your future or circle back your name. What we had was real enough to bless and then release. Some loves are meant for seasons, some end in lasting peace. I hope you find it all, the courage to begin again without comparing or carrying what's been. I hope your heart feels lighter than it did with me, not because I held you down, but because you're finally free. I found my own horizon, a different shade of blue. I'm learning how to stand alone and still be open to. The past is not a burden, it's a chapter clear and bright, a story I can cherish without needing to rewrite. So if we pass each other on some unplanned street, I'll meet your eyes with warmth, not regret or defeat, because loving you once deeply is something I still call a gift that shaped my future and taught me how to fall. I hope you find it all, every quiet dream, every steady heartbeat, every honest scheme. And if you ever think of me, let it be with ease, like a melody remembered, carried on a breeze. There's room inside my wishing for both of us to rise, separate but grateful under different skies. And somewhere in that distance, beyond the what and why, I hope you find it all, and I hope you never have to say goodbye.
I'm not optimized for morning
for productivity hacks. I don't wake up glowing with gratitude and stacks. I don't track my macros or cold plunge before dawn. Some days I hit the snooze and still get moving on.
I tried the perfect system, color-coded plans, bullet journals, planners with tidy little spans. But life kept spilling sideways out of every box. Turns out I'm not software and I don't need new locks. I'm not optimized, I'm human and uneven. Some weeks I feel electric, some weeks barely breathing. I don't run on metrics or quarterly design. I move in messy progress and that works fine. The piano's got a punch tonight, short chords, confident brushes, snapping accents like mild argument. The bass line walks with backbone, low and self-assured, not flashy, not apologetic, just firm and assured. I used to think efficiency was equal to my worth, like every wasted minute reduced my value on earth, like rest was some indulgence, like pause meant I would fall, like only constant motion proved anything at all. But I've burned out before on self-improvement schemes, chasing upgraded versions of unrealistic dreams, downloading someone else's life through curated feeds, comparing my behind the scenes to their highlight reels and leads. I'm not optimized and I don't need to be. I'm not a brand, a polish, or a trending strategy. I don't have to monetize every single skill or turn each quiet hobby into something billable. Let it be ordinary, let it be enough. I can be inconsistent and still be reliable. Take the long way forward without being deniable. Miss a gym day, skip a post, forget a trending take, and still wake up tomorrow with something real at stake. The world will sell you upgrades like you're slightly out of date. New routines, new mindsets, new reasons to be great. But I'm allowed to plateau, to wander, stall and bend. Growth doesn't always look like a graph that climbs without end. I'm not optimized, I'm alive and incomplete. I change my mind mid-sentence, I trip over my feet. I contradict myself sometimes, I shift what I believe, and none of that disqualifies the air I get to breathe. You're not a product. So here's to being unpolished, unfiltered and unplanned, to building something sturdy without a master brand. I'm not optimized, not streamlined, not refined, just moving at a human pace in a human mind.
I packed a small bag without a reason, folding my thoughts between denim and cotton. Left a note that said I'll be back soon, though I didn't know exactly when. The station was humming in gentle motion, suitcases rolling like quiet percussion. No one was asking where I belong, no one expecting me to be strong. I took a seat by the window side, watched the city loosen its stride, buildings shrinking into the haze like old routines. routines I've outgrown these days. There's something freeing about moving alone, choosing a path that isn't pre-shown. No schedule carved into stone or air, just open hours waiting there. I don't have to explain my pace or justify the space I take. Every mile feels softly mine, drawn in a steady private line. The rhythm of wheels against the rail keeps a calm and even trail, like brush drums under my skin, reminding me where I begin. I wander streets I've never seen, order coffee, sit serene. No familiar voice calls my name, no mirrored role, no practice frame. It's not escape, it's clarity, a gentle claim of autonomy, a quiet promise I renew, to live in ways that feel most true. I try on laughter without defense, breathe in unfamiliar sense, notice how my shoulders fall when I don't have to be all. There's music in this subtle shifting, choosing presence as a gift, and letting moments stretch and bend without needing them to defend. Write my thoughts in a worn notebook, lines that no one else will look, honest phrases, unrefined, simple echoes of my mind. The pace of traffic far below blends with footsteps moving slow, every sound a living proof. I'm standing steady on my own roof. I thought I needed someone near to make each landscape feel sincere, but meaning settles just the same when I sign the view in my own name. As evening paints the distant sky, I feel no rush to justify this tender space I've come to claim, these miles that answer to my name. Tomorrow I may board again, return to streets and familiar rain, but something steady will remain, a wider breath within my frame. For now I'll walk without a role, carrying only what feels whole, and every step, both wild and tame, writes new ground in my own name.
You never were the loudest man in any crowded room, never chased attention or tried to shape the tune. You spoke in steady sentences, measured and precise, the kind that didn't echo but somehow still felt right. I used to think that silence was distance in disguise, that love had to be spoken, invisible replies. But growing up beside you taught me something else, that presence has a language all quietly itself. The way you never said it still told me everything, in early drives to nowhere, in fixing broken things, in coffee poured before I woke, in waiting by the door, in showing up each single time without asking for more. The piano keeps it simple, a low and steady chord, brushes barely touching like they understand the score. The bass line rests beneath it, deep, calm and true, a grounding kind of comfort that reminds me of you. You never gave long lectures or mapped out who I'd be. You let me test the edges of my own uncertainty. You watched me make decisions that didn't always land, but never once withdrew your quiet open hand. The way you never said it was clearer than a speech, and how you stood beside me when life was out of reach. No spotlight on your patience, no banner in the air, just steady reassurance that someone would be there. I see it now, what I missed before, it was always there. There were evenings at the table where words were running thin, but comfort filled the spaces between the plates and tin. You asked about my day in that understated tone, not pushing for confession, just letting it be known that I could take my time, that I could find my way, that not every answer had to come that day. You never rushed my growing or measured me by speed. You trusted something deeper than performance or a need. The way you never said it built something in my chest, a steady kind of courage that outlasts every test. I carry it in meetings, in moments when I doubt, a quiet inner anchor when things feel sorted out. I understand more than I did then. Now when I catch my reflection in glass or window light, I sometimes see your posture in how I stand upright. The calm before responding, the pause before I speak, the strength inside restraint that doesn't make me weak. The way you never said it is how I try to live, with steady hands and open space for others just to give. Not louder, not more dazzling, just grounded and aware, showing up consistently in ways that say I care. So here's to quiet father and lessons without claim, to love that doesn't advertise or ask to stake its name. The way you never said it still echoes in my head, a language made of action, more powerful than said.
I stepped off the train without a plan, just a map folded in my coat. No one waiting at the gate, no message left or note. The platform breathed a different pace than what I left behind. Strange voices weaving through the air, unfamiliar yet kind. I let my footsteps choose the street without a guiding call, no expectation on my back, no mirror on the wall. The buildings rose in quiet grace, not asking who I am. They didn't measure where I've been or grade what I began. There's freedom in anonymity, in moving through a crowd where history does not proceed or speak my name out loud. I found a small cafe at noon with windows open wide, sat near the glass and watched the world in gentle passing tide. The chair beneath me felt like mine, though nothing here was owned. I ordered slowly, tasted time in flavors newly toned. I used to fear the empty space between the next and now, afraid that stillness meant I'd fall or lose what made me gift, a stretch of open sky where thoughts can land without defense and questions simply lie. No one knows my careful roles, the strength I've had to show. I'm only breath and beating pulse and steady undertow. I walk along a narrow bridge above a silver stream. The water keeps a patient pace, reflecting more than dream. The rhythm of my steps aligns with something deep inside, a quieter, more centered tone. I don't attempt to hide, I don't have to be impressive or eloquent or wise. I can exist without applause, without strategic disguise. There's beauty in a borrowed view, in seeing fresh and clear how small my daily worries look from slightly farther here. I sit beneath a shaded tree and let the daylight lean across my shoulders, warm and soft, unhurried and serene. I write a few unguarded lines inside a worn notebook, not crafted for a crowd to read, but shaped by how they look. I realize I've been carrying more tension than I knew, expecting every passing day to prove itself as true. Yet life unfolds in subtler ways than lists or measured gain. It lives within the steady breath between the joy and strain. As evening paints the edges gold along the distant dome, I feel no rush to redefine what makes a place feel home. Home is not a fixed address or walls that I return. It's this ability to stand and let the present burn, not blazing fierce or seeking more, but glowing calm and wide, a balanced flame that does not shake with every shifting tide. Tomorrow I may board again and re-enter familiar sound, but something here will travel back, a steadier ground. Because in a city unaware of stories that I've known, I found a way to meet myself completely on my own.
Found it leaning by the closet, case a little worn. Haven't touched it in a while, since before last spring was born. I flip the latches slowly, hear that quiet click, like something long forgotten, turning slightly quick. There's dust along the surface, settled in the grain. Fingerprints from older days, faint but still remain. I lift it to my shoulder, let the weight align. It fits the way it used to, like it's always been mine. Dust on the strings, but the sound is still there. A little out of tune at first, but willing to repair. No spotlight, no big stage, just lamplight in the room. A simple wooden heartbeat breaking through the gloom. The piano steps aside tonight for warmer wooden tone. Brushes fade to fingertips on rhythm of my own. The bass line hums imagined, low inside my chest.
like memory returning to a place it never left. I strike a gentle open chord, let it ring and fade. The note hangs in the quiet, unrushed and unafraid. There's something in the vibration that settles in my spine, like time compressing softly between then and now in mine. I used to write in margins of notebooks on the floor, chasing half-formed melodies through a barely open door, believing every chorus had to change my name, as if a song unfinished was failure just the same. Dust on, you're just the same. Dust on the strings doesn't mean it's done. Sometimes silence only waits for fingers to return. Not everything abandoned is truly left behind. Some passions just go quiet till you make the time. Oh, let it ring, don't rush the chord, just listen. My fingertips grow tender, pressing down the steel, rediscovering the distance between what's played and real. Each note slightly uncertain, but honest in its tone. No polished exhibition, just resonance alone. There's comfort in the imperfection, in strings that slightly bend, in knowing sound can wander without a tidy end. Not every line must finish in brilliance or acclaim. Sometimes it's enough to feel the echo of your name. Dust on the strings falling as I play, tiny flakes of yesterday drifting far away. And underneath the settling, something steady hums, a quiet affirmation of who I've been become. You didn't lose it, you just paused. I close the case, but not for long. Lean it by the chair, because tonight reminded me the sound is always there, waiting in the wood and wire, patient as it seems, ready when I'm willing to lift it from my dreams.
First drop touched the window before I heard the sound. A silver line across the glass, then another falling down. The sky turned soft and thoughtful, clouds leaning low and near, not heavy with a warning, but present, calm and clear. I didn't close the curtains or hurry from the street. I let the rhythm find me in every cooling beat. Rain against the pavement made the city glow, streetlights blurring into golden gentle undertow. I've always loved the way it slows the edges of the day, how conversations soften when thunder's far away. Umbrellas bloom like quiet flowers opening in line, strangers sharing sidewalks and choreography fine. My hair grows slightly darker, drops resting at my sleeve. The air feels newly honest, with something to believe. There's music in the falling, not rushed and not severe. A brushed and steady pattern that lingers in the air. You meet me at the corner, laughing at the sky. Neither of us complaining or wishing it were dry. Your jacket smells like rainfall and something warm beneath. You brush a strand behind my ear with easy, steady breath. We walk without a hurry, shoes tapping in time, puddles catching reflections and shifting silver rhyme. I used to see the rain as pause, a break I didn't choose, but now it feels like breathing room that I don't wanna lose. Cafes glow with amber light, windows fogged in hue. We step inside, the narrow door drops shining off of you. The room is filled with murmurs, spoons against porcelain tone. Outside the rain continues, a rhythm all its own. You reach across the little table, warm fingers on my hand. Not dramatic or possessive, just quietly planned. There's something about rainy days that makes the world feel small, like all the scattered noise beyond has softened to a call. We talk about the simplest things, plans that may or may not be, dreams that sound less fragile when spoken gently. The base of water on the roof keeps faithful even pace, while time forgets its urgency inside this small space. When we step back out together, the rain is not yet gone. It wraps the streets in satin like a quiet song. I tilt my face toward the sky, let droplets trace my skin. You smile without instruction and let the moment in. There's brightness in the overcast if you are still enough to notice how the gray can hold a softer kind of love. The rain does not erase the day or wash the color thin. It deepens every outline and lets the light sink in. So when the rain decides to stay, I do not step away. I walk within its steady grace and let it shape the day.
The stairwell smells like dust and paint, footsteps soft and slow. Door unlatches with a push, cool air starts to flow. Sudden sky without a frame, stretching wide and dark. City scattered far below, lit in careful sparks. Traffic threads and glowing lines, red and white in streams. Windows stacked like quiet grids, holding private scenes. Sirens somewhere distant, fading into night. Up here everything feels smaller, under open height. Rooftop above the noise, breathing room at last. All the sharp and crowded hours, no longer moving fast. Just wind across the concrete and skyline drawing thin. A broader kind of silence settling within. The piano opens spacious chords, horns, clear and widely placed. Brushes tap a gentle swing, unhurried in their pace. The bass line hums beneath it, low and steady deep, like grounding in expansion that the night can keep. I lean against the railing, hands wrapped round the steel, feeling how the metal cool anchors what I feel. Problems that felt towering now look measured small, not erased or vanished, just not so tall. I used to stay down in it, caught in every sound, car horns, buzzing messages, footsteps all around. Believing urgency was proof that I was alive, mistaking constant motion for something I must strive. I used to stay down in it, caught in every sound, car horns, buzzing messages, footsteps all around. Believing urgency was proof that I was alive, mistaking constant motion for something I must start. I used to stay down in it, caught in every sound, car horns, buzzing messages, footsteps all around. Believing urgency was proof that I was alive, mistaken constant motion for something I must strive. Step back just a little, see it whole. Clouds drift in slow formation across the urban glow, planes crossing distant pathways in arcs both high and low. There's rhythm in the vastness, in breathing without rush, in letting all the inner static settle into hush. I trace the lines of avenues with my eyes alone, imagining the stories behind each lit up home. Everyone inside them carrying their own weight, yet from this height it softens into something less than fate. A rooftop above the noise reminds me how to stand, not smaller, not escaping, just steady where I am. Perspective isn't distance, it's space to understand that I am part of something wider than I planned. Stay here just one more minute. My jacket, city humming low. Eventually I turn back, down the stairs I go, carrying that broader view into crowded streets. Rooftop above the noise, still steady in my heartbeat.
I didn't plan to notice you, it happened in between. A question about the weather and what the week the punchline came too soon, and something in that looseness shifted softly in the room. I wasn't looking for a spark, I wasn't chasing signs. I'd folded up my history and packed away those lines that used to write themselves at night across my open chest. But there you were without a plan, disturbing all my rest. It wasn't wild or reckless, no dizzy spinning floor, just a quiet recognition I had felt once before. Not the same familiar echo, not the shadow of the past, but something built on patience, like it meant to slowly last. When my heart tried again, it didn't break the door, it knocked with steady fingers, like it had learned before. No racing into forever, no promises too soon, just a steady growing rhythm, like a low and honest tune. You asked me what I love to do when no one else could see. I told you about midnight walks and writing secretly. You listened without fixing, without trying to impress, and that simple kind of presence felt like unexpected grace. There was a moment I went silent, felt the old defense arise, a reflex born of endings and unfinished goodbyes. But you didn't rush to fill it, you let the quiet stay, and somehow in that breathing my fear just slipped away. I remembered what it cost me to give myself before, how I learned that love can flourish even when it doesn't endure, and I swore I'd guard my softness like something made of glass. Yet here I was considering letting new light pass. When my heart tried again, it did it carefully, not falling into stories or rewriting history. It opened like a window, not a storm, not a flame, just enough to let in color where the walls had been the same. You didn't ask about my ex or who I used to be. You asked me what I'm dreaming now and who I hope to see becoming in the future, growing into space, and loving you feels different because it moves at its own pace. I'm not comparing memories or measuring your touch against a ghost of yesterday that once meant far too much. You're not a replacement, not a cure, a repair. You're simply something blooming because you happen to be there. And that feels strangely freeing, like breath without a weight, like stepping toward a doorway without sealing my fate. I don't need a grand forever or a fire ever above, just a chance to feel this courage and call it something close to love. When my heart tried again, it it surprised me with its grace. Not desperate for belonging, just willing to embrace the possibility of laughter that lingers after rain. The chance to build a story without repeating pain. So if this grows, I'll let it. If it fades, I'll understand. Because loving once has taught me how to open up my hand. And whatever shape this takes now, I know I will remain whole within my breathing. When my heart tried again.
I spilled my coffee on the counter right at 8:15, late for something I can't remember, but acting like a scene. Wallet half inside my jacket, phone between my teeth, trying hard to multitask with dignity beneath. The barista looked up calmly, like none of it was new, handed me a stack of napkins, said I got you. Then he paused before he turned back toward the machine and said my name so casually, like it always been. A stranger who knew my name caught me off my guard, not from fame or status, not from working hard, just from showing up enough at the same old place. Turns out being ordinary leaves a trace. The piano leans into a brighter groove, a little lift and stride, brushes tapping crisp and light with humor tucked inside. The bass line walks with confidence, easy, clean and clear, like something small but meaningful just happened here. I laughed it off too quickly. Did I forget we met? He shrugged and kept it simple. No, I just don't forget. Said I order oat milk every single week. Said I hum when I'm impatient. Said I rarely speak. Suddenly I wasn't rushing or late for anything. I was just a regular in the middle of a swing of daily human overlap that quieted your lines. The unnoticed repetition of our passing times. A stranger who knew my name didn't change my life, didn't hand me revelation, didn't solve my strife, but something shifted subtly in how I moved that day, realizing I was visible in an unremarkable way. Ooh, you're seen more than you think. I walked out into traffic, still holding that receipt, thinking about the 1,000 faces I failed to really greet. How many names I've overheard without holding on, how many quiet constants I've leaned upon. He wasn't flirting, wasn't prying, wasn't overkind, just paying close attention to the background of my mind. And in a world of noise and scrolling profiles neatly framed, there's something revolutionary in someone knowing your name. The stranger who knew my name wasn't trying to impress, just doing what he always does with steady attentiveness. And maybe that's the lesson hidden in plain sight. Recognition doesn't need a spotlight. at faces I once skimmed past like they were barely there. Turns out connection isn't rare or cosmic or untamed. Sometimes it's just consistency and someone knowing your name.
I found a notebook in the back of a drawer, edges worn softer than before, pages holding lines I wrote when I believed without a vote. Ink a little faded now, but every word still knows me somehow. Dreams sketched in restless lines, ambitions drawn between the signs. I used to carry them like fire, held together by desire. Then life rearranged the view, and other callings pulled me through. It wasn't failure, it wasn't fear, just seasons shifting year by year. Responsibilities gently grew, and something quiet inside withdrew. But standing here with paper thin between the past and where I've been, I feel a pulse I recognize, not loud but steady in my eyes. The bass of memory hums below, a patient grounding undertow, reminding me of who I was before I learned the word. Because I don't blame the roads I chose, they shaped the strength I always rose. Yet something tender asks for space to breathe again at its own pace. So I sit down without defense, let old intentions make their sense. Not chasing glory, not a race, just meeting that familiar face. I trace the outline of a plan that once felt bigger than I am. Now it feels honest, calm and clear, calling quietly, drawing near. I'm not the girl who wrote these lines, but she still lives between the signs. And maybe she has waited long to hear her echo in a song. There's wisdom now I didn't own, a steadier, more rooted tone. Less hunger for applause or flame, more love for craft without a name. I don't need youth to make it real, or urgency to seal the deal. Just daily steps that feel aligned with what has always moved my mind. If progress comes in gentle waves, I'll meet it with the grace it craves. No sudden leap, no frantic climb, just faithful work, one line at a time. The drawer no longer feels like loss or something time has covered across. It feels like soil beneath the ground, where patient seeds are safely found. I close my eyes and see the thread between the paths my feet have tread. Nothing wasted, nothing torn, every chapter reborn. So I pick up the pen again, not to prove or to pretend, but to answer something true that quietly still grew. The world may not have paused for me or waited for this clarity, but I am here, and that is enough to shape the dream from gentle stuff. And as the evening leans in slow, I feel that steady undertow. The drawer I opened wasn't past, it was a promise built to last.
I found it in the bottom drawer under old receipts and pens, a notebook filled with younger lines from who I was back then. Pages edged in faded blue, corners slightly torn, dreams I wrote in careful ink before I learned to mourn. I used to talk about it like it was already mine, like time was wide and endless, like I would always find the courage in the moment, the perfect open door. But years began to layer up and I stopped keeping score. Not too late for this, that's what the silence said, when I held those fragile pages close against my chest. Not too late to try again or take a different turn. Some fires don't disappear, they quietly wait to burn. The piano moves in rising chords, gentle but aware. Brushes keep a steady pulse, like breathing in fresh air. The bass line hums beneath it, low and reassuring, like something deep inside of me, still steady and enduring. There were jobs that felt important, bills that had to be paid, responsibilities growing in the choices that I made. I told myself the dream was something meant for you, a chapter closed politely by practical truth. But reading those old sentences, I saw it wasn't gone, just folded up for safekeeping, waiting to be drawn. The spark inside the margins, the hope between each line, wasn't asking for permission, it was asking for my time. Not too late for this, even if I'm not the same, even if the road ahead looks nothing like the frame I once imagined clearly in that younger mind. Growth isn't losing wonder, it's learning to redefine. You don't have to be who you were to begin. There's wisdom in the waiting, there's strength inside delay. Sometimes life prepares you in a slower, hidden way. Maybe all the detours, all the steady years built a kind of courage stronger than my fears. I placed the notebook on the desk where I can see it stand, not as a quiet memory, but as a living plan. The future doesn't shimmer with impossible display. It looks like small consistent steps starting here today. Not too late for this, that truth feels calm and clear. No frantic reinvention, no sudden atmosphere, just willingness to honor what still feels alive, to give that early vision another chance to thrive. You're not behind, you're becoming. I don't need applause for it or headlines in my name. I just need to recognize that longing wasn't vain. Some dreams mature with patience, they don't expire with age. They simply change their shape as we turn another page. Not too late for this, not too far to go. The pace may look different, but it's mine and it will grow. And somewhere in that younger ink I see a quiet sign. The dream was never leaving, it was waiting for its time.
Mm-hmm. standing by the doorway, keys resting in your hand. The way you pause before you leave, I understand. There's a quiet in that moment between the here and there, where childhood lingers softly in the way you brush your hair. You no longer need me to pack your careful days. You've grown into decisions in your thoughtful, steady ways. Still I see the younger you running through the hall, laughing without measure, not afraid to fall. I try to teach you balance without holding you too tight, to offer steady presence but not eclipse your light. There were nights I questioned if I had said enough, if I had given guidance without making it too rough. You learn by doing, by becoming, by testing every scene, by shaping your own boundaries, by naming every dream. The world will ask for many things. It may demand your speed, but never trade your centered breath for someone else's need. You don't have to shine the loudest to prove that you are strong. Strength can live in softness and still carry you along. There will be rooms that question you and voices that compare, but trust the calm inside your chest, it's always been there. You choose with courage, even when unsure. I've seen you speak with kindness, balanced, warm and pure. Not flawless, not rehearsed, but real in every tone. You stand in your own rhythm, unapologetically your own. If ever doubt should visit and whisper you are small, remember how you learned to walk by rising from each fall. I did not lift you endlessly or clear your path ahead. I stood nearby with open hands and let your steps be led, not by fear of losing or by my careful view, but by the steady pulse that has always been in you. You are not my unfinished dream or proof of what I've done. You are a life unfolding, independent as the sun. Carry what feels honest, leave what weighs you down. You don't owe the world a crown, just walk with lifted ground. Let your laughter ring unfiltered, let your silence rest. You don't need permission to choose what suits you best. And when you build your future in places far from mine, know that love does not diminish across the edge of time. I will not hold you back, nor measure what you gain. I'll stand in quiet gratitude for who you've chosen to remain. So when you step into your own light, without a borrowed frame, remember home is not a place, it's the courage in your name. And every time you face the day with balance in your sight, you carry more than history, you carry steady light.
The court is mostly empty now, paint fading on the lines, chain that's swaying slightly, and leftover daylight signs. Sneakers on the concrete, echo sharp and clean. A single orange spinning where louder games have been. There were crowds here earlier, score kept out loud, arguments about the foul, voices fierce and proud. But evening pulls the volume down, leaves only rim and breeze, and the steady bounce returning like a rhythm I can't keep. Last shot after 6, no one left to
guard. No defender in my vision, no scoreboard keeping card. Just arc against the cooling sky, release against my palm. A private kind of focus, steady, loose and calm. The piano plays in syncopation, light but firm and sure. Brushes tap a lazy swing, measured and secure. The bass line hums beneath it, deep within my chest, like a grounded reassurance that effort is the test. I take another dribble, feel the grip align, spin the ball on fingertips, tracing muscle memory line. No pressure in the outcome. If it drops or rims, the value lives inside the motion, not in whether it wins. I used to play to prove a point, to silence every doubt, measuring my worth in points, shouting when I'd foul out. But something shifted over time and how I keep the score. The practice matters more to me than what the crowd is for. Last shot after 6 teaches me to stay in repetition, in the form, in small consistent play. Every miss a lesson, every make a nod, a conversation between me, the concrete and the odds. No more, just one more for the feel of it. Sweat cools along my collar, breath steady in my throat. The sky turns from pale blue to something deeper, remote. Street lights flicker softly, casting longer lines. Shadows stretch like quiet proof of passing patient time. The chain that rings metallic as the ball slips through. A sound both sharp and honest, not loud but true. No one cheers or notices, no highlight to replay, just satisfaction settling at the end of day. Last shot after 6, I gather up the ball, tuck it under one arm, hear the distant call of traffic moving somewhere beyond the outer fence, carrying a calm resolve in simple confidence. You showed up, that's enough. I walk back past the benches where bags once used to lie. The court now dim behind me, under open sky. Not chasing any spotlight, not measuring the wind, just grateful for the quiet that practice builds within.
The engine hums beneath my hands, a low and steady tone. Dashboard lights in muted blue say I'm not alone. The road ahead is open wide, no traffic pressing near, just scattered lamps along a line like markers clear. I didn't leave to run away or silence any fear. I left to feel the quiet stretch of open atmosphere. Windows cracked to let in air, cool against my skin. Music barely above a whisper, letting thought drift in. The city fades behind the curve, buildings shrinking small. In the rearview mirror's glow I see it all. Not as weight or tangled noise, but chapters neatly placed. Moments lived and moments lost, all gently faced. The highway keeps a measured pace, white lines passing There's something honest in the dark when headlights carve the way. It doesn't ask for performance or brighter display, just direction and intention, focused and aligned. The world reduced to forward motion, clear inside my mind. I think of conversations held and ones I left unsaid. They don't feel sharp or heavy now, just resting in my head. The radio plays something warm, a chord that feels like home. I hum along without a plan, comfortable alone. Street signs flashing, quiet rhythm green against the night. Each one offering a choice, left or right. But I don't need to chase a turn or search for something new. This drive itself is enough, clear and true. There's no destination fixed, no clock I must obey. Just smiles unfolding calmly under silver gray. I pass beneath an overpass, sound shifting for a beat, then opening again, wide and complete. The steering wheel feels steady, balanced in my palm. Every breath a gentle claim of grounded calm. I remember nights when motion felt like restless flight, when driving meant avoiding thoughts I couldn't fight. But tonight is different, there's no edge to smooth, no urgency to outrun or anything to prove. I pull beside a lookout point, city far below, lights scattered like constellations in softened glow. I turn the engine off and sit in lingering hush. The silence does not press on me or rush. It feels expansive, patient, like something meant to be. A pocket of unmeasured time held just for me. When I start the car again and merge back into lane I carried, not escape but clarity regained. Midnight does not swallow or blur what I have known. It sharpens gentle focus on the life I own. And as the road keeps stretching under starless sky, I move in quiet certainty, unhurried as I drive.
Ticket stub between my fingers, edges slightly torn, posters fading in the hall from weekends long outworn, popcorn scent still in the air, salt and butter thin, neon arrows blinking slow, calling no one in. The usher barely looks at me as I pass the door. Only 5 of us tonight, scattered across the floor. Seats that once held crowded nights now rest in quiet red. Whispers bouncing lightly where louder lines were said. Last show in Roquet, screen already dim, trailers fading into dark, edges soft and slim, projector hum behind the wall, steady, low, discreet, a beam of light cutting through dust and rising heat. The piano leans in tender chords, wide and cinematic, brushes mark a patient sway, unhurried, automatic. The bass line hums beneath it, deep like distant drums, a grounding undercurrent as the feature finally comes. The opening scene unfolds in colors cool and wide, faces larger than the room, stories magnified, laughter from the back row, soft and slightly late, Shared reactions ripple across the narrow space. I used to chase the premieres, crowds and open night, lines around the corner, cameras flashing bright. But there's a different beauty in nearly empty seats, in hearing every dialogue without competing beats. Last show in row K feels honest and contained. No need for spectacle, no pressure to be named. Just light against a darkened room, narrative in frame, and strangers breathing softly in rhythm with the same. Stay till the credit, don't rush the end, let it land. Halfway through I glance around, blue light on quiet faces, a couple leaning close in comfortable small spaces. An older man alone, hands folded in his lap, eyes fixed and steady as scenes collapse and map. The climax comes without a roar, just a deeper hush. No phones raised in the air, no restless noisy rush. When credits start to roll, names rising wide and tall, nobody stands too quickly, we let the silence fall. Last show in row K, projector winding down, the beam grows thin and softer as house lights glow around. We file out without applause, past posters losing shine, carrying that final scene across the closing line. Good film. Take it with you. The lobby feels much larger now without the earlier noise. I step into the cooler night, still holding on to poise. Last show in row K, not loud but deeply true. Some endings speak the clearest when the crowd is few.
You walked in like you own the air, not loud, not trying to be seen, just steady in the way you moved, like you knew exactly what you mean. I didn't plan to stay that long, I almost left at 9, but something in your sideways grin made me ignore the time. I told myself, be careful now, you've learned this road before. Don't build a house from passing words, don't open every door. But every time you said my name, it landed soft and slow, like it had always lived there, like it was meant to know. I wasn't searching for a spark or fireworks in disguise. I wanted something grounded with honest open eyes. Yet here I was off balance, laughing far too much, feeling warmth beneath my skin from just a simple touch. Falling without warning, no countdown, no alarm, just a steady rising rhythm in the cradle of your arm. Not reckless like a free fall, not fragile like before, just a quiet kind of courage, walking through your door. You asked me what I feared the most, I almost said your name, because the way you look at me could set my world aflame. But I kept it light and playful, said heights in crowded rooms. You said you'd stand beside me if either one resumes. We talked about our separate scars without comparing pain, no measuring who lost more, no competition pushing in the rain. Just two people acknowledging that love can bend and break, and still decide to show up for another chance to take. You leaned across a small cafe table, brushed crumbs from my sleeve. Such an ordinary gesture, but hard to not believe that something real was blooming in that careful space between your quiet confidence and the softness in my face. Falling without warning, but now without my will. I feel the ground beneath me, I'm standing steady still. This isn't desperation, it isn't filling space. It's choosing to move forward at my own considered pace. I see the way you listen when I drift into a thought. You never rush the ending, you hold each word I brought. And in that patient silence, I feel myself expand, like love is less of falling, more a gently offered hand. The night grew warm around us, we walk without a map. Your shoulder brushed against mine in every easy gap. There was no need for grandness, no need to overplay, just comfort in the nearness that quietly chose to stay. I don't know where this leads to, I don't demand a vow. I only know my guarded heart feels different right now. Not bursting into chaos, not trembling at the seam, just open in a new way, like stepping toward a dream. Falling without warning, but rising just the same, because this time I'm not afraid of where I place my name. If this becomes a lifetime or simply passing through, I'm grateful that I felt this when I looked at you. So take my hand tomorrow, let's see what we can build. Not from urgent promises, but from a space fulfilled. And if my heart is falling, it's falling wide awake, choosing love with open eyes for its own brave sakes.
Push the glass door open, hear the old bell ring. The carpet smells like soda and something faintly sweet. Machines still flashing colors and program neon lines, but everything feels closer than it did at night. When I was small, this place felt like a universe, buttons bigger than my hands, every loss a curse, tickets spilling from the slot like treasure from a cave. Believing one more token was the prize I'd always craved. The arcade is smaller now, ceiling's not so high. The dragon on the racing game doesn't fill the sky, but I still hear the echo of coins against the tray. And the version of myself who spent whole afternoons this way. The piano shifts between two moves, light and slightly wide. Brushes tapping youthful beats and slower ones that glide. The bass line hums consistent, bridging then and now, like something underneath it all that still knows how. Back then I'd stand on tiptoe to reach the joystick frame, certain I could master every single game. No thought beyond the moment, no schedule in
plastic fights and fries and soda bread. Now I swipe a plastic card instead of feeding coins. No pockets full of metal, no clattering rejoins. I tap the same old button, but I don't lean as far. Confidence replaced the way I used to spar. The arcade is smaller now, but I am larger too. Not taller just in inches, but in what I've walked through. The games are still unwinnable in their stubborn loops, but I don't take it personal when the high score swoops. You were so serious about pixel dragons. I watch a kid beside me grip the wheel too tight, eyes wide in concentration as if this is the fight. I recognize that focus, that fearless loud intent, the way the present moment felt entirely spent. There's something sweet in seeing what hasn't really changed. Joy still hides in blinking lights and prizes cheaply arranged. But I don't need the jackpot or tickets in a stream. I only came to visit an earlier dream. The arcade is smaller now, yet somehow just as bright. Not because it grew again, but because I hold it light. Past and present overlapping in colors red and blue. Turns out the room stays steady. It's just that I outgrew. You did okay. You did okay. I step back through the doorway, bell ringing like before. The afternoon feels wider than when I was unsure. The arcade is smaller now, but not in any wrong. It simply fits the memory of who I've been all along.
I used to measure every step against a distant line, comparing shadows on the wall to someone else's shine. I learned to fold my sharper edges, tuck my colors in, trying to fit a narrower frame with practice, patient grin. But mirrors tell a different truth when you are still enough. They don't demand perfection's mask or call your spirit bluff. So here I stand without disguise, breathing slow and wide, letting every quiet flaw rest gently at my side. I am not a polished stone, cut to catch the light. I am later, warm and real, soft but full of might. There's beauty in the way I think, in how my laughter bends, and how I hold a steady gaze and choose my words as friends. I don't need every room to turn or every voice to praise. I need the calm inside my chest that guides my living days. The rhythm underneath my skin keeps faithful, even time, a pulse that says I'm worthy now without a mountain climb. I bless the girl I used to be for trying hard to please. She did her best with what she knew to navigate the seas, and now I take her by the hand, not to correct or blame, but to thank her for the strength that helped me stake my claim. Comparison is a fading to trends demand. I move according to my pace with grounded open stance. There's freedom in accepting space, the room my body takes. The sound my deeper voice creates, the path my courage makes. I speak with warmth, I walk with ease, I rest without defense. I trust the steady undertone of lived experience. If doubt should whisper in my ear, I greet it like a guest. I listen, then I let it pass and choose what serves me best. I am not late, I am not less, I'm exactly where I grow. Every scar and softened line has something true to show. The world may spin in louder ways with brighter claims to fame, but I am centered in my frame, unafraid to claim my name. And when I catch my own reflection in glass or passing rain, I see a woman standing tall, comfortable and plain. No borrowed light, no hidden tone, no need to rearrange. Just steady love within my bones, unshaken by the change. So let me live in honest skin with all that I contain. In my own reflection clear, I rise again. Again. I rise again. I rise again.
You're sitting on the edge of your bed, thinking you're behind, measuring your worth against a future undefined. The room feels small around you, posters on the wall. Every dream looks fragile, like it might not stand at all. You keep replaying conversations long after they are done, wishing you had answered in a way that might have won. You think the world is watching every awkward move, like one wrong step will cancel all you hope to prove. Dear younger me, I wish that you could see the weight you're holding now won't last indefinitely. You're not as lost as you believe, not as far from free. There's time ahead unfolding more than you can see. The piano plays a gentle line, soft and unafraid. Brushes tracing patience like slow decisions made. The bass line rests beneath it, low and warm and clear. A steady kind of promise that you will make it here. You think the confidence arrives all at once, that someday you'll awaken, transformed by circumstance. But growth is quieter than that. It builds in subtle ways in how you rise again on unremarkable days. There will be evenings later where you'll sit just fine, not because you solved it all, but because you gave it time. The doubts that feel enormous will shrink to honest size. They won't disappear completely, but they won't run your life. Dear younger me, you don't have to rush. Not every closed expression means you're out of touch. The ones who truly see you will stay without a plea, and you will learn to like yourself more steadily. You're doing better than you think right now. You will try and fail at something that once defined your name, and you will think it's over, that you've stepped outside the frame. But failure is an exile, It's shaping you unseen into someone far more grounded than you've ever been. You'll find your voice in fragments, not in one clear shout. In pauses before speaking, knowing when to bow out. In choosing calm responses when old fears try to lead. In realizing you're enough without excessive speed. Dear younger me, to your heart. Not everything uncertain is falling apart. Some paths look disconnected before they intertwine, and what feels like delay is often perfect timing. Breathe. You're allowed to grow slow. One day you'll look back gently, not with sharp regret, but gratitude for every risk you almost didn't get. Because the version sitting there on that small unmade bed is braver than you realize, despite the things you said. Dear younger me, hold on but not too tight. Life won't hand you all at once the answers overnight. It unfolds in patient layers, in steps you cannot see, and you become exactly who you're meant to be.
The curtain lifts without a warning. Light spills across the floor. I feel it settle on my shoulders like I've been here before. It's been some time since I've stood within this open frame, where every breath becomes a sound and every sound a name. I used to chase the louder nights, the rush of being seen, the dazzling rush of crowded rooms and stages dressed in sheen. But silence shaped me differently in rooms without applause. It taught me how to hear myself without the outside cause. Now when I step into this glow, my pulse is calm and sure. I do not need the noise to rise to feel that I endure. The piano finds a gentle key, the bass begins to flow, a rhythm steady, grounded, warm, like something I already know. I open with an honest note, not sharpened for effect. No borrowed tone, no polished edge, just truth and full respect. The audience is breathing soft, a sea of patient eyes. I sing not to impress the room, but simply to arise. Each phrase lands closer to my chest than any song before, because I'm not performing now, I'm opening a door. There were years I shaped my sound to fit a narrow mold, sanding down the grain of me to match what I was told. But depth cannot be manufactured or filtered into shine. It grows in quiet solitude until the roots align. So now I let the lower notes resonate and stay. Let every textured breath reveal the woman of today. The spotlight does not blind me, it feels like morning air, a circle of intentional light that says remain right there. I see a face in the second row, hands folded near her heart. If even one line reaches her, then that alone's an art. The brush drums keep a steady sway. The guitar threads between electric keys and subtle hues support but never lean. My voice rises not in force but fuller than before, a tone that carries history without the weight it wore. I sing of roads I wandered off, of doubts I learned to face, of how returning to myself was not a fall from grace. When the final chorus settles into the waiting air, there is no frantic need for more, no hunger for a glare. Applause begins in gentle waves, then builds but doesn't own. The deeper triumph lies within a steadier backbone. I bow not as a conqueror or someone newly crowned, but as a woman finally sure of where her voice is found. The curtain falls in softened light, the stage returns to calm, yet something stronger lingers still, a quiet lasting balm. I did not come to claim the past or resurrect its flame. I came to stand in present tone without a need for fame. And as I step beyond the glow into the waiting hall, I carry not the echo's rush but something truer still. Because the place I truly sought was never just the song, it was the ground beneath my feet where my voice belongs.
I pull it from the back of the closet, fabric cool and still, sleeves remembering the shape of last year's quiet chill. The scent of cedar lingers, faint but clear and clean, like something folded carefully between what's been unseen. Button smooth beneath my thumb, color brushed with light, mirror catching older lines and softer winter white. I shrug it over shoulders, feel the weight align, not heavy, not dramatic, just settling into my first coat of the season. Hair turning sharp and thin, breath visible for seconds before it pulls back in. No rush to prove endurance, no rush to chase the cold, just stepping out more mindful than I was years ago. The piano moves in open tones, cool but never bleak. Brushes trace a gentle pulse, measured, calm, unique. The bass line hums beneath it, low and grounded deep, like a steady inner warmth the weather cannot keep. Leaves along the sidewalk, crisp beneath my stride, colors shifting quietly along the curbside. There's something in transition that used to feel abrupt, now it feels like tuning instead of being cut. I used to fight the cool and cling to fading heat, wishing days were longer, unwilling to retreat. But seasons have their timing, independent of my will, and learning to accept that feels surprisingly still. First coat of the season, hands tucked in the seam, street lights glowing earlier than summer ever seen. Shops with fogged up windows, velvet ember glow, everything more intimate in a slower tempo. Let it change, you'll change too, and that's fine. There's comfort in the layering and scarves around the throat, in feeling slightly smaller inside a thicker coat. Not shrinking in importance, just closer to the core, aware heartbeat behind the closing door. The wind moves down the avenue, carrying its tone, but I don't brace against it or walk it off alone. I move with steady footing, not racing for the train, because cold air can clarify what heat made hard to name. First coat of the season, not lost but different light, a gentler kind of brightness against the coming night. Some chapters cool on purpose to sharpen what we see, and standing in that clarity feels quietly like me. Feels quietly like me. It fits just like it should. I turn the final corner toward a glowing home, fabric warming with my pace, no longer feeling cold. The door clicks closed behind me, outside the dust can roam, and I hang the coat up ready for the days to come.
You used to turn the handle twice before you locked the door. Said it made you certain even though once worked before. Now I catch my own hand doing it without a second thought. A small and quiet memory my body somehow caught. You folded towels a certain way, edges lined in place. I never paid attention then. Now I trace the shape, the coffee tastes a little strong because of how you brewed. One extra spoon, no sugar, like something understood. I didn't think that love would live in gestures quite so small, not in the way a jacket hangs or how you cleared the hall. You hum beneath your breath at night when reading in the chair, a low and steady melody drifting through the air. The apartment holds that echo still, though silence fills the room. Not haunting, not accusing, just a softer kind of tune. I've washed the sheets and moved the couch, shifted frames around, but something in the quiet keeps your outline found. It isn't sharp or aching or pulling me undone. It's simply how I live and intertwined as one. You left your favorite glass behind, the rim slightly worn. I keep it near the sink without feeling torn. I used to think forgetting was proof that I was strong, but now I see remembering does not mean I belong to what we were completely or what we tried to be. It just means that your presence once mattered deeply. I tie my hair the way you like without realizing why. I choose the corner table where we let ours fly. These habits don't demand return or whisper we were wrong. They simply show that loving can settle long. There's tenderness in noticing the marks we gently leave, not scars that need repairing or reasons to grieve. You shape the way I listen, more patient than before. You taught me how to pause instead of keeping score. Even the way I speak at times carries bits of you, not as imitation, but something grown and true. I don't resent these echoes or wish them out of sight. They're woven into daily breath and subtle quiet light. One day these habits may may dissolve or soften into air, but right now they are reminders that we were careful there. We loved in ordinary ways, without dramatic art, and that is why your smallest traits still linger in my heart. Not heavy, not demanding, not asking to rewind, just gentle proof of what we shared and habits left behind. And as I turn the handle twice before I close the door, I smile at how some parts of you live here a little more.
Gravel shifting under shoes, breath steady warm. Last few steps along the path after winding form. Trees thinning near the summit, sky widening slow. City stretched in distant lines, far below. I set my bag beside the bench, wood weathered pale. Initials carved in corners, stories without a tale. Wind moves across the open hill, cool against my face, carrying a broader view of time and place. Bench above the city, no applause, no sign, just quiet confirmation. The climb was mine. No ribbon at the finish, no camera in the sky, just lungs returning evenly after steady try. The piano opened, spacious chords clear and lightly held. Brushes mark a gentle sway, unrushed, unexcelled. The bass line hums beneath it, deep like rooted ground. A steady inner echo in the thinner sound. I look at streets I walked before, now small and thin. Traffic threads in silent lines where noise once lived within. Buildings that felt towering from sidewalk point of view, now rest in measured patterns, softened in the blue. I didn't race the trail or measure every mile, no stopwatch at the summit, no competitive smile, just step and breath repeated over dirt and stone until the wider horizon was clearly shown. Bench above the city, perspective in the air, not shrinking what I've carried, just seeing it from there. The weight I brought uphill doesn't feel as tight, spread out beneath the sky in diffuse light. You made it, not louder, just steady. A couple passes quietly with water and a map. We share a nod of understanding in that silent gap. Everyone arriving in their separate way, each one finding something at the end of day. Cloud shadows drift across blocks and avenues, light and shade exchanging in subtle shifting hues. Nothing downed, always change in its daily flow, but distance grants a gentler frame to what I know. Bench above the city, sun lowering slow, golden edges on the glass. Far below, I stand without reluctance, sling the bag in place, carrying the quiet view back into the race. Take it with you, take it with you. The path curves down in gravel, same stones as before, but steps feel slightly lighter than when I climb for more. Bench above the city, no trophy, no decree, just a quiet kind of proof of what I can be, of what I can be.
When you close the door behind you, it didn't shatter me in two. There was silence, yes, and shaking, but I didn't disappear with you. I stood there in the quiet with my pulse against my skin, realizing something steady had been waking from within. For so long I had measured my reflection in your eyes, adjusted all my edges, smoothed my truth into disguise. Not because you forced it, not because you asked, but loving you so deeply made me bend too fast. I thought losing you would hollow every corner of my chest, that I'd wander through the hours like a guest without a rest. But something unexpected arose up clear and true, a voice I'd kept on whisper breaking through. I found me in the leaving, in the space you didn't fill. In the mornings I woke early, in the nights I learned to be still. Not broken into pieces, not aching to be saved, just standing in my own name, unapologetic, brave. I started drinking coffee the way I like it strong, stopped apologizing for feeling things too long. I rearranged the furniture of habits in my head, let go of tiny doubts I'd quietly fed. I walked alone through crowded streets without shrinking from the air, let laughter come unfiltered, let strangers see me there. I wore the dress you never liked and felt my shoulders rise, not out of spite or anger, but because it felt like mine. I don't blame you for the ending, we loved the best we could, but somewhere in that loving I forgot what felt like good to me. Not just to us, to my own steady flame, and losing you revealed the difference in my name. I found me in the leaving, in the ache that didn't stay, in the mirror every morning where I didn't look away. There's power in the breaking when it clears the view of who you are beneath the love you once outgrew. I started making plans again that didn't need a pair, booked a ticket somewhere distant without asking if you'd care, signed my name to dreams I used to set aside because again. You will see it in my stride, the quiet kind of confidence I no longer try to hide. Not hardened by the ending, not closed against the start, just rooted in a deeper trust inside my own heart. I found me in the leaving, and that is what remains. Not a scar to carry forward, but a wisdom in my veins. Loving you was beautiful, but loving me is true. And now I walk into the world whole without
You keep waiting for a signal, like a traffic light to change. Like someone with authority will step into your range. Stamp a seal across your chest, approve your chosen lane, hand you official clearance to feel what you explain. You rehearse the conversation in case they ask you why you switch directions, why you let some chances die, why you didn't follow the blueprint they designed, why you took the longer road and left their path behind. You don't need permission to pivot, shift or bend. You don't need a committee to tell you when to end. Not every door requires a key from someone else. You're allowed to authorize yourself. The piano pushes forward, firm chords lightly bright. Brushes snap with clarity, confident, not tight. The bass line walks beneath it, steady, upright, clean, like backbone under language that's rarely seen. You think you need consensus before you change your name, before you chase the quieter dream instead of louder fame, before you rest at midday, before you move away, before you say this doesn't fit me anymore today. You ask invisible judges if you're qualified to try, as if courage must be notarized before you apply. But growth doesn't send memos or wait in line for review. It happens when you claim what's already true. You don't need permission to start when you're not ready, to walk when you're unsteady, to speak when your voice shakes. You don't need applause to validate the lead, or witness signatures to promises you keep. You can begin right here, right now. You've been collecting maybes from people half involved, letting second-hand opinions dictate what gets resolved. But nobody else is waking inside your skin each day. Nobody else is carrying the weight you choose to weigh. You fear disappointing faces you respect, but disappointing yourself is harder to correct. There's no final warning, no trumpet in the hall, just quiet dissatisfaction if you never call. You don't need permission to outgrow who you were, to redraw expectations, to let old visions blur. You don't need a ceremony or a perfect start, just a steady private yes inside your heart. Say, the world won't send an envelope with clearance to be free. It won't announce your turning with grand decree. So if you're waiting for approval to live the way you choose, you might wait forever and still refuse. You don't need permission, you already know. The light you're watching for is yours to let it glow. No committee vote required, no signature to see. You don't need permission, you just need to be.
The curtain breeze before it rises, a quiet tremor in the air. I stand behind the line of light, feeling every stare. It's been a while since I was here, since echoes carried my name. I've walked through seasons off this stage without applause or flame. But something in my chest stayed warm, a steady, patient tone. Not chasing noise or crowded praise, just waiting to be known. The band begins with gentle keys, a rhythm soft and tight. And when I step into the glow, it feels exactly right. My voice doesn't rush to prove, it doesn't beg or plead. It lands where it was always meant, with clarity and need. I've learned the shape of silence to the worth of being still. I face the doubt behind the door and climb my own small hill. So now I sing without disguise, no borrowed shine to wear. Just breath and bone and honest sound floating through the air. I see a woman in the front, holding something in her hands. Maybe hope, maybe memory, maybe unspoken plans. If one note reaches where she sits and settles in her day, then every mile I walked away was leading to this way. The drums brush lightly under me, bass steady at my side. Guitar like a whispering friend, with nothing left to hide. I don't need fireworks tonight or lights that blind the room. Just this circle of open space where melodies can bloom. There were years I shaped my tone to fit what others heard, sanding down the edges sharp, polishing every word. But truth has texture deep and real, it doesn't have to shine. It carries warmth in every line, because the voice is mine. The mic is close against my lips, I feel the pulse inside. Each phrase a living testament to why I never lied. I sing about the roads I chose, the ones I let pass by, about the courage found in staying when it was easier to fly. And as the final chorus lifts, not louder, just more sure, I know I stand in fuller skin, unedited and pure. The curtain falls without a rush, applause, a rising tide. But deeper than the clapping hands is peace I feel inside. I didn't come to chase a throne or claim what once was bright. I came to stand and let it ring. This is my voice tonight.
You asked me if this train was right for heading out of town. Ticket folded in your hand, slight worry and a frown. I checked the board above us, watched the numbers blink. Said, yeah, you're good, and gave a nod before I stopped to think. The station air was humming with luggage wheels and cars, announcements drifting overhead off concrete, steel and walls. People moving forward like chapters being turned, strangers passing strangers with no time to be concerned. 5 minutes on platform 3, that's all it ever was. No history, no afterthought, no complicated cuts. Just two lives intersecting in a narrow stretch of space. A brief and simple kindness in a busy passing place. The piano keeps it gentle, a soft efforted line. Brushes barely tapping like footsteps out of time. The bass line hums below us, low and easy going, like there's something steady, even in not knowing. You said you hadn't traveled alone this far before, that cities felt much louder than the ones you knew before. I smiled and told a story of getting lost once too, and how the wrong direction led somewhere I outgrew. You laughed a little lighter, the tension in your face softened into something less guarded, more at ease. No promises exchanged, no numbers saved away, just understanding shared before you and your way. 5 minutes on platform 3 can shift a crowded day. A single steady sentence can keep the fear at bay. It doesn't take forever to offer someone space. Sometimes the smallest moment leaves the longest trace. You'll be alright. Trust your steps, they know the way. The train lights grew brighter, a silver rolling line, doors opening in rhythm, right on borrowed time. You lifted up your suitcase, took one steady breath, looked back just for a second, like marking what we'd met. I raised a hand in farewell, no grand emotional scene, just gratitude unfolding for what that pause had been. A reminder in the middle of schedules and of speed, that people cross your orbit right when you most need. 5 minutes on platform 3, then the whistle and the glide, your reflection in the window carried to the other side. The crowd resumed its motion like nothing much had changed, but something in my chest felt quietly rearranged. Oh, safe travel wherever you're going. I stayed a little longer, watching rails grow still, thinking how connection doesn't always need to build. Some moments don't require a future or a plan, they just exist to prove how gentle life can stand. 5 minutes on platform 3, that's all it had to be, a small and honest meeting between you and me. No headline, no encore, no story to retrieve. just warmth inside a fleeting moment we could leave.
I pressed the elevator button twice, the once would be enough. My reflection in the metal door looks calm but slightly flushed. The lobby hums with early steps, shoes against the floor, names exchanged in careful tones near a glass and wooden door. I smooth the edges of my sleeve, breathe slow and even air, not trying to be someone else, just standing present there. The badge they hand me feels brand new, cool against my palm. A small square sign that says begin, in measured, grounded calm. I've imagined rooms like this before, in late and quiet nights. Wondered if my voice would shake under office lights. But now the moment isn't sharp or bigger than my frame. It feels like space I've grown toward, not something wild to tame. Decks aligned in steady rows, screens softly aglow. Colleagues with practice these in rhythms they already know. I do not shrink beside them or stretch beyond my size. I meet each introduction with attentive, open eyes. There's comfort in admitting I am here to learn. Strength is not pretending I've already earned. The manager speaks of projects, timelines drawn in line, expectations clear and firm, yet not that unkind inside. I take notes with steady script, not racing to impress. Listen for the deeper thread in every brief address. The coffee tastes a little thin, but warms me all the same, like a quiet confirmation that I have joined the game. I used to fear the unknown room, afraid I'd stand apart, but growth begins exactly here where courage meets the start. I ask a question carefully, not loud but strong and clear, and notice how the answer comes without a trace of sneer. There's dignity in being new and building skill from ground, in watching how the pieces fit, in learning every sound. The afternoon unfolds in tasks, small victories in place, an email sent, a file aligned, a steady working pace. No fireworks announce the day, no headline marks my name, yet something subtle shifts inside, a spark without a flame. I'm not required to conquer all or prove a flawless art. I only need to show up whole with focus, willing heart. As sunlight leans across the glass and shadows gently grow, I gather up my notebook with more than facts to show. I carry quiet confidence, not loud but firmly set, a sense that I am capable of what I haven't met. The door behind me closes soft, the evening cool and wide. I step outside with lifted chin, no need to run or hide. Tomorrow I will walk again through that familiar hall, less uncertain than before, standing just as tall, because the first day isn't fear or pressure to command it, simply placing steady hope in capable open hands. And in that simple honest truth, as daylight slowly bends, I know that every step from
The chair makes a careful sound against the wooden floor. Sunlight angled through the glass like it's been here before. Dust drifting in the quiet air, slow and unafraid. Books stacked in deliberate piles of choices I've made. The clock above the firewall moves without display. No one rushing anyone to finish or to say. The turning of a single page feels louder than a crowd in this cathedral made of thought where silence is allowed. Window seat, third floor, where time expands and bends. No notifications calling, no message that demands. Just paragraphs unfolding in steady, patient streams. A room built out of language and unannounced dreams. The piano traces softer lines, clear but understated. Brushes tap a thoughtful beat, measured, uninflated. The bass line hums beneath it, low and anchored deep. Light concentration settling where restless minds once sleep. I underline a sentence that seems to know my name. Fold the corner carefully without a trace of shame. There's comfort in the margins, in notes beside the text, in writing small reflections on what might happen next. I used to think that focus required force and strain, that discipline was rigid and tethered tight with chain. But here it feels much different, like leaning into flow, attention like a river with somewhere real to go. Window seat, third floor, light warming up my hands. Ideas forming quietly without loud demands. There's freedom in absorption, in letting meaning stay, in trusting slow accumulation to shape another day. Stay with it, line by line. You're right here. A student at the corner taps a pencil twice. An older man turns pages in measured, careful slice. We share this open quiet without a single word, connected by intention, more felt than heard. Outside the branches sway, casting shadows thin. The world continues moving while I am moving in, not hiding from the motion, not lost inside retreat, just choosing deeper currents over constant heat. Window seat, third floor, the chapter almost done. Not racing to the ending, not chasing after one, just letting understanding arrive in its own time, because insight grows in silence more than in a climb. One more page, you're not behind. I close the book with steady hands, look out at passing sky. There's clarity in slowing down instead of asking why. The chair makes that same careful sound as I begin to stand, carrying quiet knowledge I didn't have planned.
the sound, the pauses in my sentences, the truths I wrapped around. We didn't have to overtalk or prove what we could see. There was a quiet fluency between you and me. You saw the weight behind my smile, the doubt beneath my calm, and placed your steady hand in mine without alarm. I learned the language of your eyes, the shift before you'd speak, the subtle signs that something strong was suddenly less weak. We were not reckless lovers or loud in crowded rooms. We built our closeness carefully in late night quiet tunes. So how did something so aligned begin to slowly slide? Not from anger or betrayal, but currents underneath the tide. You wanted mountains I admired but didn't need to climb. I wanted roots in smaller rooms to shape a gentler time. Neither dream was lesser, neither heart untrue, but somewhere in the middle the tension grew. We tried to compromise the shape of futures drawn in air, bent our outlines slightly to make the edges share. But love cannot erase the grain of who we are inside. It can embrace and soften, not rewrite the tide. I remember one long evening, city lights below you, speaking of horizons I was afraid to know. I nodded like I understood, and maybe part of me did, but another part was whispering of something we both hid. Not fear of loving fully, not doubt of what was real, just recognition quietly that past began to feel less parallel, more angled, less woven, more apart. Even as affection stayed anchored in the heart, we did not break in shattered pieces or slam the fragile door. We sat and let the silence say what words could not restore. There was no villain in our story, no single thing to blame, just two people evolving without the same terrain. You kissed my forehead gently, not desperate, not undone, and I felt something bittersweet instead of being stunned. Because to love someone completely sometimes means to see that holding on too tightly would undo what we could be. So we released each other without a war or cry, not because the love was small, but because it had to fly. I walk through rooms that once were ours and do not feel erased. I feel the imprint of a bond that time will not replace. You taught me how to listen, how to stay and not retreat, how to hold another's truth with something steady, deep. We understood each other in ways that still remain, and maybe that is why the ending doesn't feel like pain. It feels like two horizons recognizing different light, turning with respect in separate night. And though our hands unclasped before the road was straight, I will always know we loved. We simply understood too late.
Concrete pillars numbered white, echo in the dark. Headlights sweep across the wall, then slowly lose their spark. I shift to park and turn the key, engine winding down, vibration fading from the wheel into underground. Air inside the cabin, warmer than outside. Dashboard glowing steady in a muted tide. Radio still whispering, a voice I barely hear. Then silence settles evenly when I switch the gear. Engine off, lights fade, breathing in the pause. No one knocking on the glass, no urgent cause, just the tick of cooling metal under dimming hue. A pocket card from motion where I can sift what's true. The piano lays in lower tones, common spaced apart. Brushes tap a gentle pulse like a slowing heart. The bass line hums beneath it, deep and grounded slow. A quiet reassurance that I don't have to go. I sit with hands on steering wheel, but not to steer away. Just feeling how the earlier rush has loosened from the day. Conversations replay softly, emails left unread. Nothing pressing in this minute, nothing left unsaid. I used to rush inside at once, door slam, lights on bright, carrying the outside noise straight into the night. But now I linger in between, not outside or home, letting thoughts untangle before I'm fully known. Stay a second, let it settle. You're not late. A door shut somewhere distant, footsteps cross the floor. Keys jingle, then a hush returns the way before. Fluorescent lights above me buzz but never shout. Concrete cool and steady, keeping echoes out. There's comfort in the in-between, in spaces without role. Not employee or neighbor, not any label whole. Just a person breathing inside a park machine, waiting for the right moment to shift from what has been. Engine off, lights fade, I reach for the door. Outside air slips inward, cooler than before. I step into the quiet, close the metal frame, carry that small stillness back with me the same. Now go gently, gently. The sensors flicker overhead as I begin to move. Concrete fading into stairs with steady, quiet groove. Engine off, lights fade, but something steady stays. A calm I found in pausing between the crowded days.
You showed up in my doorway like nothing ever broke, standing there with careful eyes and words you barely spoke. You said you'd been thinking about the way we fell apart, like distance was a lesson that rewired your heart. I didn't slam the door on you, I didn't pull you in. I let the moment settle on the surface of my skin, because the last time that you held me, I was someone else entirely. And I rebuilt my breathing, slow and quietly. You don't get to stay the same and find me where you left. You don't get to call my name like nothing was undone or kept. I'm softer but I'm stronger than I've ever been before. If you're stepping back inside my life, you'll meet a different door. You said the nights were restless, that you traced my memory, like I was some unfinished line in your history. I listened without flinching, without a need to blame, because we both know loving isn't something you can tame. I asked you what has changed now, what makes you turn around. Is it comfort that you're missing, or solid honest ground? You held my gaze much longer than you ever used to do, and said you finally understand the weight of losing true. I won't pretend my heartbeat didn't recognize your voice. There's history in my body that doesn't need a choice. But history's not destiny, it's simply what we've known. And I have learned to value the life I've grown alone. You don't get to stay the same and find me where you stood. I'm not the girl who waited, hoping you would. I've built a quiet center that doesn't lean or sway. If you want to love me now, you'll have to meet me halfway. We walked a little farther down the block we used to claim. The sidewalks felt familiar, but I didn't feel the same. I noticed how you paused more, how you let your silence breathe, how you didn't rush to promise what you couldn't guarantee. That's new, I'll give you that. It's often something small, not a collapse of reason, not a reckless fall, just a careful consideration, like weighing gentle glass, seeing if the cracks we had could truly ever pass. You said you're not here begging, not here to rewrite, just asking for a chance to hold me different this time. And I said I'm not rejecting, I'm not closing up the air, but I won't shrink my future to make it easier to share. You don't get to stay the same and expect me not to grow. Love is not a waiting room, it moves with what we know. If we begin again, it won't be out of fear, it'll be because we choose it, standing fully here. So if you're staying, stay aware of who I am today, of boundaries I didn't have in words I now can say. If you're leaving, leave with truth, no vanishing in disguise, because I will unravel for uncertain goodbyes. You reach for my hand slowly, not claiming, just asking, and I let our fingers meet without collapsing. There's warmth in second chances when both have learned to change, but only if we understand. We don't get to stay the same.
There's a flicker in my front light, coins jam in the slot, selection button sticking on choices I forgot. Display reads something simple in pixelated blur. Temporarily unavailable, that's what I was. I used to glow in hallways, full stock behind my glass. Color-coded promises lined in shining masks. Insert the right amount, push before C9. Deliver quick convenience on predictable design. Out of order, sign taped to my chest. Doesn't mean I'm empty or failing at my best. Sometimes mechanisms stall, springs misalign inside. But that doesn't mean there's nothing left to provide. The piano ticks mechanical, short notes clipped and neat. Brushes imitate a metal hum in syncopated beat. The bass line keeps it grounded in low voltage and slow, like steady current waiting for the switch to glow. You shake me when I don't respond, tilt me to the side. Expect a bag of something sweet to drop on cue and glide. But wires tangle quietly behind the steel facade. Not every pause is sabotage, not every glitch is flaw. I wasn't built for constant use without a day of rest, without a quiet maintenance to reset what's compressed. No one reads the manual, they only see the sign and walk toward brighter models in a better line. Out of order, still bolted to the wall, still holding something valuable behind it all. Maybe the coin return is just stuck halfway. Maybe patience is the only fee to pay. Don't kick the frame, just wait, there's dust along my edges. Fingerprints on chrome, evidence of every hungry hour I've known. I've given out what I could in wrapped in salted foam, but even steel gets tired under constant storm. Technician with a quiet face comes with simple tools, opens up the back panel, doesn't treat me like a fool. Adjusts a loosened spring, clears the jammed up track, closes me without applause, just flips the switch back. Out of order, doesn't mean erased. Doesn't mean erased, it means a pause in motion, a recalibrated pace. Now lights come back in steady, display sharp and clear, still the same machine. Just running better here. Maintenance isn't weakness. Paper sign taped across the frame, maybe don't assume it's broken beyond name. Some systems only need a moment to restore, and sometimes strength is simply knowing when to close the door.
Every road I've walked still leaves beneath my feet, not as a weight, but as a quiet beat. soft and wide, carried gently at my side. I've known beginnings small, rooms where I felt 10 feet tall, and spaces where my voice felt thin, learning how to settle in. Nothing vanished in the air, every hope and every care left a trace, a steady thread woven through the life I've led. I used to think the point was speed, to gather proof, to plant a seed, as if worth was measured fast by how far the shadow cast. But time has taught us slower art, how to listen to the heart, how to value steady ground over crowns that spin around. There were seasons bright with change, stretches feeling wide and strange, yet through every shifting scene something constant stayed between. A deeper breath, a centered tone, growing stronger on its own. Not dramatic, not extreme, just faithful as a living stream. The piano underneath my thought plays lessons quietly taught. Grace and gentle will, in knowing when to stand still. I've loved and lost and loved once more, closed and opened careful doors. Watched myself evolve in place with softer lines across my face, and none of it was waste or wrong. Every verse became a song, each uncertain trembling start built a steadier heart. Now when I look toward what's ahead, I don't feel fear or dread, just a curiosity about who I'll grow to be. I don't need a perfect chart or a flawless part, just the courage to remain open in both joy and strain. The bass of memory hums below, a grounding constant undertow, reminding me I'm shaped by light, even through the longest night. What we carry isn't loud, it doesn't bow to any crowd. It's the warmth inside the chest that tells us we've been blessed with chances small and chances grand, with helping hands and times we stand, with mornings rich in quiet air and evenings shaped by care. If I could speak to who I was before I understood, because I'd say keep walking, keep your pace, you are already in your place. The world will turn an endless spin, but hold the steady hum within. That quiet truth you've always known, it is the root of what has grown. So here I stand, no need to prove, content within the forward move. Grateful for the paths I've crossed, for what I found and what I lost. Every chapter, every door adds to what I'm living for. And in this calm unfolding view, I carry forward something true. Not perfection, not a claim, not a borrowed name, but a life both strong and kind, with open heart and grounded mind. Whatever waits beyond this bend, I'll meet it as a living friend, with steady breath and vision clear, carrying hope from year to year.
The building's mostly quiet now, desks cleared, screens gone dark, only one lamp glowing soft, leaving a modest mark. Outside the traffic thins to hum, windows fade to gray. The noise that filled the hours has finally slipped away. I lean back in the chair, loosen up my tie, let the steady rhythm of the evening settle by. There's no applause waiting, no headline on the wall, just the quiet understanding that I gave today my all. Lights still on in this nearly empty room. Not for show, not for display, just finishing what I do. No dramatic ending, no confetti in the air, just a calm and honest effort lingering there. The piano rests in the lower keys, gentle and composed. Brushes sketch a subtle beat, unforced, unopposed. The bass line hums assurance, deep and warm and slow. A steady kind of presence, only I need to know. There were moments in the morning that felt too much to hold. Questions stacked like paperwork, unanswered, uncontrolled. I handled what I could, let the rest remain. Learning not to carry every ounce of strain. I used to chase completion like it proved my worth, as if crossing every item justified my birth. But tonight I see it clearer in the dimmed down light. It's not about perfection, it's about the honest fight. Lights still on because I chose to stay, not to outlast someone else, not to win the day, just to meet my standard, quiet, firm and true, doing what was mine to do. That's enough, you did enough. Let it rest. I gather up the scattered notes, slide them in a place. Not every plan unfolded with precision or with grace. Still there's something grounding in how the hours were spent. A steady contribution, not loud but fully meant. The city outside flickers, reflections on the glass. Somewhere someone's celebrating, somewhere dreams have passed. But comparison grows silent in this softened space, because I've learned to measure by my own steady pace. Lights still on for a moment more, not from pressure's whisper or some invisible score, just honoring the effort that filled these working hours, respecting quiet discipline as one of my true powers. Turn it off, you've earned the night. I switch the final lamp away, let darkness seize the room. Not heavy, not uncertain, just making needed room. Tomorrow will arrive again with tasks I haven't seen, but I will meet them rested, balanced and serene. Lights still on was never about the shine, it was about consistency and drawing a clear line between relentless pushing and showing up with care. Tonight I leave with steady steps and lighter air.
Still hums beneath my feet, not as weight but as a rhythm. Moments layered into me, quietly given. I have known beginnings small, rooms where I stood unsure, and places where my voice rang wide, clear and secure. Nothing was in vain. Every choice and every turn left a living grain. I used to think arrival meant a summit bright and high, but meaning lives in daily breath, not only in the sky. There were seasons full of change, edges sharp and new, yet through each shifting landscape something steady grew. A centered tone within my chest, a warmth I could depend. Not loud, not chasing after more, but faithful to the end. I've loved in ways that shaped my frame and let some chapters close. Watch myself evolve through time like something that still flows. I no longer race the clock or measure worth by speed. I plant intention in the ground and water it with heat. The piano of experience plays softly in my mind. Lessons learned in patient tones, gentle and refined. I carry laughter, carry loss, carry open hands, carry strength that doesn't shout but simply stands. The world can spin in hurried arcs with headlines flashing bright, yet I remain within my pace, balanced in my light. I am not seeking flawless days or perfect endless climb. I'm listening for alignment between my breath and time. There's courage and consistency in showing up each dawn, intending to the quiet work long after praise is gone. I do not fear the openly of roads I haven't crossed, because I trust the ground I've grown from what I gained and lost. What stays with me is not applause or echoes of acclaim. It's the steady sense of self unattached to name. It's the warmth inside my chest when choices feel aligned. The way I meet uncertainty with open, steady mind. If storms should rise along the way or plans begin to shift, I'll anchor to this inner pulse, this quiet, constant gift. Not rigid, not unmoving, but rooted, calm, aware. Flexible as living branches open to the air. I gather all my former selves and hold them side by side, not wishing to erase one or push them all aside. They brought me to this present ground where breath and purpose meet, where hope is not a fragile wish but something concrete. So whatever waits beyond this line, whatever time may be, I step into it fully formed with what stays here in me. No borrowed light to chase or claim, no need to rearrange. Just steady warmth and forward stride, embracing every change. Because the truest thing I own through every shifting sea is this resilient, quiet hope that stays with me.
The elevator hums and stops, a soft mechanical sigh. Doors slide open quietly on beige and muted light. Hallways stretching out ahead, carpet worn but clean.
Motion sensors flicker on where I have always been. Keys are cool inside my palm, steps measured and slow. Neighbors' doors all standing still with nothing left to show. Television murmurs faint behind a painted wall. Someone washing dishes late, water lightly falls. Hallway lights on motion, blinking as I pass. Each one waking briefly, then dimming back to black. No fanfare in the evening, no music, no parade. Just footsteps echoing softly in a narrow shade. The piano keeps a gentle tone, low and rounded sound. Brushes tap a steady beat barely above the ground. The bass line hums beneath it, deep and almost warm, like a quiet reassurance after any storm. I think about the hours that filled the earlier day, conversations, emails, things I had to say. Some went how I wanted, some refused to bend, but all of them are finished, for tonight at least the end. There's comfort in the corridor, in knowing what comes next. The same small turn of doorknob, the same familiar text of light switch by the entrance. Shoes lined by the mat, a coat hook waiting patiently for where I set my hat. Hallway lights on motion, marking every stride. Small confirmations gently that I am inside, not chasing any outcome, not proving what I've done, just walking toward a quiet space when all the tasks are done. You made it home, let it go for now. A neighbor's laughter rises through the ceiling thin. Somebody else arriving with grocery bags in hand. Lives unfold in parallel behind each painted door. Separate but steady, like they've been before. I reach my own apartment, key turning with a click. The hallway light behind me fades away, not quick, but gradual and certain, as if it understands that rest is not surrender, just unclenching hands. Hallway lights on motion did their quiet part, guiding without asking for applause or art. And in that simple glowing, there's something I can see, that not all guidance shouts, sometimes it walks with me. Close the door, you're safe here. The latch falls into silence, the room exhales with me. Outside the corridor returns to dim anonymity. Tomorrow they will light again for someone else's way, but tonight they mark my ending of an ordinary day.
to do. No late night calls, no folded notes, no plans we half knew. Your name no longer lights my phone or lingers in the air. The chair across from mine at night stays simply a chair. And yet when I think back on us, I don't feel the need to shrink it down to something small or call it misread. We loved with open windows, letting sunlight in, not guarded by suspicion or weighed by hidden sin. There were mornings full of laughter, evenings slow and deep, conversations drifting wide before we fell asleep. We weren't a perfect story without a single seam, but love is not perfection, it's living in between. I remember how you listened like my words were rare, how your quiet presence changed the air. We walked through crowded streets, hands brushing side by side, not needing grand displays or anything to hide. If I measure what we had against what came undone, the scale does not feel broken or unfairly won, because love is not a contract that guarantees the end. It's a season fully lived before it has to bend. We changed in subtle ways, as people often do, new questions rising quietly under skies once blue. It wasn't loss of feeling or sudden reckless flame, just two evolving currents, no longer quite the same. And that is not a failure or something to erase, it's proof that we were honest in giving love its space. I have learned since you how steady I can stand, how to hold my center without a borrowed hand. You taught me tenderness, the strength of staying kind, how to speak my truth without leaving myself behind. So when I hear our old song drifting through a room, I don't rush to turn it off or brace for gloom. I let it play in quiet tone, let memory unfold, not as a wound unhealed, but as something warm and gold. We were a chapter written with intention and with care, not destined for forever, but real while we were there. And that matters more to me than how the story ends, because loving fully one still shapes how the heart mends. If I saw you walking toward me on some distant street, I would not cross to hide or quicken up my feet. I would meet your eyes directly and offer you a smile, not longing to return or rewrite what's worthwhile. Particular time for every shared horizon, for every careful climb. Love does not lose its beauty when it chooses to conclude. It keeps the light it carried in quiet gratitude. So no, we do not speak, and maybe that is right, but still I would not trade those years for something slight, because even as we parted and took different view, I carry something steady that began with you. Not regret, not unfinished art, not sorrow to pursue, just the simple truth that once I loved, and so did you. something beautiful. Still, it was beautiful.
The doors slide shut with softened steel, a muted silver glide, numbers glowing overhead, marking where I ride. Cable hum behind the walls, low and steady tone, mirrors holding quiet versions of me alone. Fluorescent light above my head, gentle, slightly dim, reflections stretching subtly at the metal rim. Buttons lit in patient red, one already pressed, descending without hurry toward whatever's next. Between floors, nothing to perform, no hallway yet to enter, no outside weather storm, just motion in a narrow shaft, measured and contained, a small suspended pocket where nothing must be explained. The piano rests in lower chords, spaced and breathing slow. Brushes trace a delicate beat, soft as falling snow. The bass line hums beneath it, deep like hidden wire, a steady undercurrent carrying me lower. I watch the numbers shifting from 12 to 11, each small digital change, quiet, almost heaven. There's something in the moving without needing to steer, trusting unseen systems to carry me from here. I used to fill these seconds with checking glowing screens, scrolling through reflections of other people's scenes. But now I let the silence stand exactly as it is. No urgency in stillness, no pressure to exist. Between floors, balanced in the slide, not quite at the bottom, not where I reside. In between feels different when you choose to stay, instead of rushing toward the end of every day. You're allowed to pause midway. A faint mechanical click signals passing 10. The mirror catches steadier eyes than way back when. Descent doesn't mean falling, it doesn't mean decline. Sometimes it's just returning to a clearer line. The air inside is neutral, temperature just right. Not cold enough for tension, not warm enough for fight. A contained and steady movement without dramatic flair. Just cable light and quiet in vertical air between floors. The doors prepare to part soon. The hallway will receive the weight upon my heart. But in this brief enclosure there's space to recalibrate, to shed the outer noise before I meet the gate. Almost there. A gentle jolt of arrival, leveling the frame, numbers settling back to one, without applause or name. The doors slide open slowly to carpet, wall and light. I step out carrying that midpoint quiet. Between floors, nothing grand to prove, just learning how to value the pause inside the move. Because not every journey needs a crowd or roar. Sometimes growth is found between one floor and the next door.
used to walk with careful steps, afraid of what I'd feel, holding every heartbeat back like caution made it real. I told myself I'd had enough of almost and a maybes, a late night talks that faded out into unanswered spaces. But time has a forgiving way of softening the edge, of turning sharp conclusions into something less than dread. I didn't notice when it changed the air around my name, when loving didn't sound like risk or something wrapped in blame. Yeah, love feels new on me, not heavy like before, not something I must prove or earn or bargain at the door. It rests upon my shoulders, light and open wide, like something I can carry without trying to hide. I met you on an ordinary day, no fireworks above, no grand design or sweeping line that promised perfect love, just coffee in a corner seat and laughter in your tone. The way you asked me simple things like you were fully known. You didn't try to read my past like it was some test. You didn't rush my answers or ask for more than what I guess. You let the silence linger when I search for what to say, and somehow in that breathing the fear just fell away. To keep somebody whole, but now I see it differently, as something we both bring to steady separate rhythms, learning how to sing. There's joy inside the ordinary, and walking side by side and choosing one another without the need to hide, and knowing that tomorrow is not a test to pass, but simply more of living without replaying the past. I still remember old goodbyes, the lessons that they gave, how every ending shaped me and quietly made me brave. But they don't sit like shadows across this open door. They're part of how I learned what love is really for. You hold my hand in public without a need to claim. You speak my name with steadiness, not urgency or flame. And in that calm assurance I feel my shoulders ease, like love can be a harbor, not just a restless sea. I'm new as well. I've grown beyond the version who thought heartbreak was a spell that lingered like a sentence with no release in sight. Now I know love can return, clear and kind and bright. If this becomes a lifetime or simply what we share in this unfolding chapter of careful, honest care, I won't brace for disaster or wait for it to fall. I'll stand inside the present and give it what I call wholehearted and unguarded, but grounded in my feet. A love that feels expansive yet simple and complete. And if tomorrow shifts again as futures sometimes do, I'll still believe in loving, because it feels new.
There was a man who carried water from the well each day. 2 buckets on a wooden pole, balanced on the way. One was strong and steady, held its shape with pride. The other cracked along the rim with a leak inside. They walked the same dirt pathway, morning into noon. Sun above, impatient heart, returning far too soon. By the time they reached the house, one bucket always full, the other slightly lighter by a quiet pool. The man who carried water never scolded clay, never cursed the fragile seam that led the water stray. He simply walked the same slow road, step steady sure, never rushing either one to be secure. The piano leans in open tones, clear and lightly drawn. Brushes trace a patient beat like footsteps at the dawn. The bass line hums beneath it, deep as rooted ground. A quiet sense of purpose in a humble sound. The cracked one felt embarrassed by the constant spill, watching droplets mark the dust along the hill. I fail you every morning, it said in silent shame. I cannot hold what I'm given, I am not the same. But seasons shifted gently, green along the side, where falling water touched the earth and quietly complied. Flowers grew in narrow lines, color in the clay. Only where the cracked one let water slip away. The man who carried water paused beside the bloom, touched the petals lightly in the afternoon. You think you lose what's given because you cannot keep, but look at what has grown from you along the steep. Not every leak is lost. The stronger bucket listened, still proud and tall, but saw the hidden beauty in the crack and fall, because perfection never watered anything unseen. It only kept its fullness locked inside and clean. We measure worth by holding, by keeping what we gain, by never showing fracture or letting weakness stain. But some of us are vessels with edges not quite sealed, and sometimes that is exactly how the ground gets healed. The man who carried water kept walking as before, 2 buckets on his shoulder toward the wooden door. One brimming with completion, one marked by every flaw. Both part of the journey, both held without a law. You're not broken, you're shaping. So if you feel the dripping from places you can't mend, if you think you're fractured, means you cannot send your worth into the daylight, because you spill along. Remember how the flowers bloom the whole way long. Not every crack is failure, not every flaw is caused. Sometimes what escapes you is never truly lost. Sometimes the world is watered by what you cannot store, and beauty grows behind you along the dusty floor.
We always choose the corner seat, like nothing's changed at all. Same warm wood beneath our hands, same laughter in the hall. Years have moved in different ways across our separate days. Different cities, different rooms, different kinds of haze. But when we sit across the space, the distance disappears. Time folds softly at the edge of stories and of years. You know the way I lift my brow when something feels absurd. You catch the meaning in my pause before I say a word. We've seen each other win and fall through heartbreak, doubt and chance, through risky leaps and careful turns, through every awkward dance. There's comfort in your steady tone that never tries to fix. You listen first then speak with care and measured honest mix. We don't compete for who has grown or who has suffered more. We meet as we are now and leave comparison at the door. Remember when we stayed up late with futures in our hands, drawing maps on scrap paper, building fragile plans. Some of them have come to life, some gently faded through, but what remained unshaken was the thread that tied us true. Your laughter still surprises me, not loud but rich and deep. It lands like something familiar that memory can keep. We've changed in subtle later ways, more patient, less extreme. Yet sitting here beside you feels like stepping in a dream. The bass of conversation hums soft under every phrase, a rhythm shaped by history and shared unspoken ways. There's freedom in being fully known without the need to shine. You've seen the edges of my doubt and still you stand by mine. No grand declarations here, no dramatic vow, just the simple act of showing up again and here and now. If life should stretch us far apart with miles we cannot see, I know this table waits somewhere in quiet memory. Because it isn't wood or walls that make this place feel right. It's how our stories intertwine in steady living light. Gather all the scattered weeks and lay them gently down. Trade headlines of our living days without a hidden frown. There's something sacred in this season, how our voices blend. No need to guard, no need to prove, just a friend beside a friend. And when we rise to leave tonight with promises to call, I carry more than words away, I carry us through all. The world can spin and hurry turns with changes unforeseen, but there will always be the seat where we have always been. And every time we meet again, no matter what we do, we return not just to this table, but to the truest view.
I hadn't planned on stopping here, just walking past the block. But something in the doorway made my footsteps pause and stop. The paint is slightly faded, the sign hangs just the same. A little worn around the edge, but proud without a claim. The bell above the handle still rings that softened chime, like it's been keeping rhythm all this passing time. Table set in familiar rows, wood polished by the years, carrying quiet conversations tones and laughter once held here. Back at the corner cafe, where nothing feels too fast. The chairs remember stories from a long and distant past. Not frozen in nostalgia, not trapped in yesterday, just gently holding echoes that never fade away. The piano moves in mellow chords, comfortable and low. Brushes sweep a patient groove with an easy undertow. The bass line hums like memory, steady and refined. A quiet affirmation of how we change with time. I used to sit right near the glass with notebooks spread around, writing plans in restless ink of cities I had found, believing every small delay was something I must fight, like life would only count for me if it moved at constant height. Now I sit without that urgency, just coffee in my hand, watching younger versions of myself across the stand. They talk in animated tones about what they will do. I smile into the steam because I once did too. Back at the corner cafe, I see it differently. The rush I used to carry no longer carries me. There's beauty in the slowing, in letting moments stay, in not needing tomorrow to just defer today. You were doing fine, even back then. You just didn't know. The barista nods in passing, though we've never met. There's comfort in the ordinary and small details we get. The way the light bends inward through the afternoon, casting quiet patterns that fade away too soon. I don't regret the striving or how intense I felt. Every restless heartbeat, every card I dealt, they shape the one now sitting in this wooden chair, calmer in reflection, more open and aware. Back at the corner cafe, the years don't press too hard. They settle like a melody, familiar, softly barred. Not longing for a redo, not wishing to replace, just honoring the distance between then and this place. You made it here in your own way. I finish what is in my cup and stand without a rush. The bell above the doorway gives that gentle hush. Outside the street keeps moving, but something in me stays, a steady kind of gratitude for all my scattered days. Back at the corner cafe, I understand at last. You don't outgrow your former self, you simply grow more vast. And time is not a thief at all, it's shaping what we see, turning restless ambition into clarity.
I used to shrink inside reflections, tilting mirrors to be kind, searching for a better outline, some improved design. I measured all my quiet parts against a louder frame, tried to rearrange my edges to fit a borrowed name. But something in my steady breath refused to disappear. A deeper note beneath the noise, consistent, calm and clear. I began to notice patterns in the way I would retreat, dimming down my natural tone to make another complete. It felt polite, it felt mature, to soften who I am. But compromise of core and truth is never part of plans. So I stood still one morning without adjusting light and looked at every honest line without the urge to fight. There is history in my posture, strength within my gaze, not perfection carved in stone, but growth through layered days. I carry laughter shaped by time, a voice both low and warm. I've learned that gentle does not mean I must conform. I bless the younger version who tried so hard to please. She did her best with what she knew to navigate the seas. Now I take her by the hand and tell her we are fine. We do not need a brighter stage or constant headline. There's freedom in accepting the space my body takes, the sound my unfiltered truth naturally makes. I do not have to chase the crowd or echo what they claim. I am complete and standing fully in my own name. Comparison is fading, the song I've left behind. My harmony is steady, self-defined. I dress my mornings how I choose, walk at my own pace. I speak without rehearsing or guarding every phrase. If doubt should knock upon my door, I let it enter slow. I listen without panic, then kindly let it go. There is power in my softness, in the way I hold compassion without losing the boundaries I've told. I am not late to living, not behind some line. My timing is intentional and perfectly mine. The world may spin in louder tones with brighter claims to fame, but I have found a centered ground that no one else can claim. I honor every scar I have, each lesson, each mistake. They are not marks of failure, but maps of what I make when I meet my own reflection in glass or passing rain. I see a woman standing tall, unafraid of change. No borrowed rhythm guides my step, no hidden need to prove, just grounded breath and open hands in every choice I move. I love the depth within my voice, the calm inside my frame. I walk this path deliberately, not chasing, not the same. And when I say I trust myself, it's not a grand display, it's simply living honestly in how I shape each day. Fully present, fully known, without disguise or claim. I am enough in quiet strength, fully in my own name.
I turn the dial past midnight, room lit soft and low, street lights through the curtains, casting lines across the floor. The day has finally loosened its grip around my chest. Shoes by the door, jacket hung, body needing rest. There's something in the static before the signal clears,
a fragile kind of distance between the now and here. Then a voice comes through the hum, warm and unannounced, filling up the empty room without a need to bounce. Static in a voice, floating through the air, not speaking directly to me, but somehow meeting there. No spotlight, no bright screen, no face for me to see, just words across a frequency, landing quietly. The piano leans in lightly, note space calm and wide, brushes trace a tender beat like waves along the tide. The bass line hums beneath it, low and steady, slow, a grounding undercurrent in the midnight glow. He talks about small stories, callers from the road, late shift drivers checking in, carrying their load, a nurse between her break times, a student wide awake, each one sending fragments across the airwaves late. Ooh, I sit back on the sofa, volume turned just right, not loud enough to fill it all, just enough for night. There's comfort in the knowing others share this sorrow, invisible connections in a hidden tower. Static and a voice reminds me I'm not alone, even in the quiet of a room I call my own. No need for conversation, no need to explain, just listening to the rhythm of someone else's lane. You're not the only one still awake right now. The song begins without a rush, guitar and mellow keys, nothing loud or restless, just something meant to ease. I let it move around me without trying to hold, the kind of gentle melody that doesn't grow old. The host returns with laughter, soft against the night, thanks the unseen audience tuning in from sight. And I feel that subtle thread stretching through the dark, linking quiet kitchens and cars in distant parks. Static and a voice carried by the sky, a reminder that connection doesn't have to try. It can live in frequencies between what's loud and clear, knowing somewhere out there another heart can hear. Stay a while, it's alright. I turn the dial a little more, then let it rest in place. The room no longer feels as wide or empty in its space, because sometimes all it takes to steady what you feel is a voice across the silence, making quiet real.
saw you through the window first, reflected in the glass. City lights behind your shoulders, cars sliding past. You look the same and not the same, a little more defined, like time had drawn a steadier line across your mind. I almost turned and walked away before you saw me there, but something in the quiet pool kept me in that air. You stepped inside and caught my eye, a pause, a breath, a beat. No shock, no shattered history, just memory on repeat. We spoke like careful strangers, polite but not unkind, testing how the past would sit between your words and mine. The bartender dimmed the lights, music brushed the room, a low impatient rhythm, giving space to bloom. You asked how I had been these days, I said I've been alright, and meant it in a truer way than I once might. We didn't mention what went wrong, or who had let go first. We stayed within the present tense, avoiding what had hurt. Your laugh came softer than before, less eager to impress, more grounded in itself without excess. I noticed how you held your glass, the same familiar way, thumb resting on the rim like you used to do each day. For a moment it felt easy, like nothing had been lost, like we had only stepped aside, not counted any cost. I imagined what would happen if I reached across the bar, if I said we could try again. I wonder quite so far. The words rose up inside my chest, warm and dangerously near, balanced on the edge of breath, clear. But love is not nostalgia or a memory replayed. It's not a door you open because the night has swayed. I saw the life behind your eyes, different from before. New stories written quietly beyond our former door. And I have built my own path since we walked apart. Strands grown in solitude, layered in my heart. If I had asked you then to stay, it would not be from need, but from the sweetness of recall, not something we both need. You touched my hand in passing, not urgent, not unsure, just a gesture recognizing what we once were. And in that contact lived a truth, simple and aware, that sometimes loving well means leaving something there. The night moved on around us, glasses clinked and fell. We stood beneath the amber lights and did not break the spell. You said it was good to see me, I said the same to you, and meant it without adding what I almost let slip through. Outside the air felt cooler, sharper on my skin. I carried not regret but discipline within, because the love we had was real and beautiful and brave. But asking you to stay again would ask it to behave like something it no longer is, or something we outgrew. So I let the moment settle without undoing you. And though the words were close enough to tremble on my way, I chose the quiet dignity of not asking you to stay.
Automatic doors slide apart with that familiar chime. Cold air mixing instantly with warmer store-bought time. Shelves stacked in careful symmetry, snacks and bottled drinks. Receipt printer softly sighs every time it blinks. Microwaves hum in corner like coffee machines still warm. Plastic stools beside the glass facing parking lot and storm. Security monitor glow reflecting in my eyes. Quiet aisles stretching out under sleepless skies. Fluorescent at 3 a.m. Nothing truly closed. Street outside half emptied out, engines decomposed. Just strangers stepping in and out for something quick and small. And me behind the counter, witnessing it all. The piano keeps a steady line, mellow, low and clear. Brushes mark a patient beat like footsteps drawing near. The bass line hums beneath it, deep and grounded slow. A subtle kind of comfort in the neon glow. A taxi driver counts his coins with tired, steady hands. A student buys instant noodles with late night study plans. Someone grabs an umbrella from the plastic wrap. Rain tapping on the windows in quiet silver tracks. I scan the barcodes carefully, each beep a measured tone. Small transactions marking moments not my own. We trade a nod, a thank you, nothing more required. But even brief exchanges feel quietly wired. Fluorescent at 3 a.m. keeps a different pace. No rush of crowded lunchtime, no daytime racing phase. Just half-spoken conversations, soft against the glass, and headlights cutting briefly as they pass. Take your time, it's still night. You're not late. The coffee pot is nearly empty. I refill it slow. Steam rising in a bright artificial glow. Outside the rain grows lighter, then almost disappears, leaving damp reflections across the darker years. There's dignity in staying while others sleep inside, in holding open hours with nothing left to hide. The store won't make the headlines or carry any fame, but light that doesn't flicker still matters just the same. Fluorescent at 3 a.m., door sliding one more time. Another quiet figure crossing that thin line between the darkened parking lot and steady indoor gleam. And I stand in that in-between, like part of a small beam. Still here, still here. The clock turns towards 4, morning on its way. Soon delivery trucks will come with boxes to display. Fluorescent at 3 a.m., not loud, not grand, not new, just steady in the sleepless hours, shining through.
You're sleeping on the sofa, one arm across your face. The television flickers, soft shadows in the space. I watch the rise and fall of breath I know by heart, and wonder how two steady hands can still choose to part. There's nothing wrong between us, no cruel or careless lie, no storm we never weathered, no one answered why. Just roads that split in silence, dreams that grew apart, two different kinds of future beating in one heart. Loving you means letting go, not turning cold or small, not closing up the memory or pretending we had none at all. It means I see you clearly and still release your hand, because holding you too tightly wouldn't let you stand. You want a life that travels new cities every year, windows open wide to chance without a hint of fear. I want something rooted, a garden I can tend, mornings that repeat themselves and nights that softly bend. Neither dream is lesser, neither wish is wrong. We simply hear a different key inside the same old song, and forcing them together within what we have built, until our gentle laughter turned into quiet guilt. I brush a curl from your forehead, careful not to wake, knowing when the sun comes up there's a step we have to take. Not out of anger, not out of regret, but because love deserves the deepest kind of respect. Loving you means letting go while my heart still beats. It means I choose your freedom even if it costs my peace. It means I won't ask you to shrink your open sky just to keep you close enough to say we didn't try. We talk about it softly over cups of tea, no raised voices breaking what's still tenderly alive between our fingers, warm between our knees, just two people telling truth with steady honesty. You say you'll miss my quiet, the way I read your moods, how I always left the light on and overcooked the food. I say I'll miss your wildness, your restless shining grin, the way you filled a room just by walking in. There's comfort in the knowing we gave it everything. We didn't hold back pieces or hesitate to sing, and maybe that's why this goodbye feels clean instead of torn, because love that's fully lived doesn't leave you worn. Loving you means letting go and trusting what we shared will ripple through our separate lives, proof that once we cared. Not a failure to remember, not a chapter closed in shame, but a bridge we crossed together before we chose our lanes. When morning finally reaches across the wooden floor, we won't delay the moment or hover at the door. I'll hold you one last time without trying to undo the strength it takes to walk away from someone still loved and true. Loving you means letting go with gratitude, not fear, with eyes that meet in kindness and voices calm and clear. And somewhere in another year, when someone says your name, I'll smile and know that loving you was never a mistake.
Da 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 da. I don't call my friends anymore, not for basic stuff. I don't ask my brother if the tire looks rough. I don't read instructions front to back like art. I type 3 shaky keywords and let the search engine start. Why does my sink make that noise? Is this rash okay? How to fold a fitted sheet without losing half the day. I've diagnosed my mood swings at least 1,000 times. According to the internet, I've lived 9 different lives. I googled it first before I felt a thing, before I formed an opinion or questioned anything. I scrolled past actual experts with degrees and years, but trust a guy named Real Dad 402 to calm my fears. Yeah. The piano's got a playful stride, a wink inside the groove. Brushes snap with irony in every little move. The bass line walks sarcastic low, amused, aware like it knows I just believed a stranger's common thread. I once convinced myself I had 3 rare diseases based on a forum post with 15 broken pieces. Turns out I was just dehydrated and mildly overworked, but panic feels convincing when you let the browser lurk. I googled it first before I chose to think, before I called a human voice, a step back from the brink. There's something oddly soothing in seeing text appear, as if the blinking cursor means control is near. Maybe close the tab, just maybe. I've watched 6-minute tutorials on how to boil rice, compared 12 different kettles for something warm and nice, read 30 product reviews on socks I didn't need, all because comparison feels like guaranteed speed. There's comfort in the algorithm predicting what I'll buy, recommending articles about why I feel shy. But sometimes I forget the internet's not wise. It just reflects my keywords back into my eyes. I googled it first, but here's the twist I found. Most answers were already floating somewhere in the background. Common sense and hiding under all the tabs, buried beneath dramatic threads and clickbait headline grabs. Maybe ask a person. So now I try a new rule before I start to scroll. I sit with the confusion, let uncertainty unfold, because not every question needs a search result. Some answers grow in silence without default. I googled it first for years and years and years, but lately I've been practicing listening to what appears when I don't outsource thinking to a glow rectangle burst. Sometimes I already know before I Google it first.
Skyline, neon humming overhead. The evening carries quiet promise in every step I tread. Windows glow like scattered stories layered high above. Every street a moving current pushing gently with Cars pass by in silver motion, footsteps blend in time. Yet in the middle of this rhythm, there is space that's mine. I used to think the city rushed me, pulled me into speed. But tonight it feels expansive, giving room to breathe. The pavement holds the warmth of daylight, lingering at my feet. Air is cool against my shoulders, balance clear, complete. I don't need to know the ending of where this path may bend. Freedom lives within the moment, not beyond the end. A saxophone on distant corners spills a mellow tone, threading through the open light, soft but fully grown. It doesn't claim attention loudly, it simply fills the air, like confidence that doesn't boast but knows that it is there. I pause beside a glass reflection, see my outline move, not chasing some imagined role, just standing in my groove. The skyline does not measure me or question what I've done. It lets me blend into its glow, distinct yet part of one. There's beauty in anonymity, in being undefined. No label pressed upon my chest, no verdict on my mind. I cross the bridge above the river, lights dancing below. Water holding fractured stars in steady undertow. The base of traffic far beneath keeps patient, grounded pace, while I move through open air with lifted, easy grace. This isn't escape or hiding from the life I know. It's claiming breath inside the pulse of everywhere I go. The night does not demand a plan or ask for grand display. It offers only moving light and space along the way. I think of all the versions of who I've been before, each one walking streets like these, searching for something more. Now I'm not searching outward for proof that I belong. The belonging lives within my step, steady and strong. A breeze moves through the avenues, carrying distant sound. Laughter drifting from a bar, warm and unbound. I smile without a reason, no headline to pursue. Just simple presence in the now, alive and true. Every window, every corner feels like open art, a living map of possibility printed on my heart. The city doesn't cage me, it expands my view. In all this moving, glowing life, I move steady too. No spotlight finds my name tonight, no crowd begins to cheer. Yet something brighter settles in, a clarity sincere. Under lights that never rest, with skyline wide and far, I walk as both the traveler and my own quiet star.
Neon humming in the window, 12:30 again. Countertop in polished chrome, reflecting tired men. A waitress with a practiced smile refills without a word. Jukebox glowing quietly, unchosen, barely heard. I take the stool beside the glass, order black and plain. Steam rising like a thought I couldn't quite explain. There's comfort in the late shift, in being just a name. No resume, no history, no need to stake a claim. Midnight diner coffee, bitter, strong and slow, holding
conversations that nobody will know. No spotlight on the stories, no headlines left to chase. Just strangers sharing silence in a borrowed place. The piano leans into the hum, low and understated. Brushes trace a lazy swing, patient and unweeded. The bass line rolls beneath it, deep along the floor, like steady reassurance that we've been here before. A trucker talks in fragments about a distant state. A nurse between two shifts, watching numbers tick too late. Nobody interrupts him, nobody pretends. We let each other finish like long forgotten friends. Midnight diner coffee keeps the edges round, soft and sharp reflections without a single sound. There's dignity in staying till the rush has thinned, when the world feels smaller and quieter within. Take your time, no one's counting here. I watch the door swing open, then close without a slam. Another pair of footsteps, another weary man. He orders pie and water, pays in folded bills, the kind of quiet transaction that never overfills. Outside the road is shining from rain that came and went. Traffic lights in patient loops, blinking their consent. But here the clock is softer, not pushing, not extreme, just marking gentle minutes like steam against a beam. Midnight diner coffee cools inside my cup. I let it sit a little before I finish up, because the taste is honest, unfiltered and sincere, like every low-voice story spoken in here. One more sip, then I'll go. Wipes the counter with steady, easy grace. We share a quiet nod, no hurry to erase the hours that we occupied in that late night glow. Midnight diner coffee, letting heavy hours slow.
I kept the cup you always use on the left side of the sink. I don't know why I never moved it. Maybe I needed time to think about the way you'd lean against me, half awake and half a smile. How the quiet wrapped around us like it wanted us to stay a while. We were never loud with promises, never wild with grand displays. Just a rhythm in the kitchen light, soft laughter in ordinary days. You'd hum a little out of nowhere while I trace your tired hand. We built a world in subtle glances only we could understand. And loving you was never fireworks, it was steady as a heartbeat drum. It was knowing where your silence ends and where my restless thoughts would run. It was leaning into honesty even when the truth felt sharp. It was finding warmth together in the middle of the dark. Now the chair across from me feels wider than it should, like space has learned to echo where your gentle presence stood. But I don't curse the leaving, I don't break beneath the weight. Some loves are meant to shape you, not necessarily stay. Your name still feels like home, even when you're gone. It settles in my chest like a half-remembered song. Not heavy like a sorrow, not burning like a flame, just tender as a doorway every time I say your name. I remember how we argued soft but sure about our fears, how we tried to hold the future through a blur of hopeful tears. You wanted skies unbroken, I needed roots beneath my feet. Somewhere in that difference we accepted our defeat. But there was no shattered picture, no slammed doors in the rain, just two hands slowly loosening without bitterness or blame. We chose to end with kindness, with gratitude instead of pride. And I swear that kind of ending is a rare and sacred kind. Sometimes I still reach for you when something makes me laugh, like the way the barista smiles or a song from our old path. And for a second I can feel it, that familiar steady ground. Then I breathe and let it pass me, let the memory repeat sound. Your name still feels like home, but homes can change their walls and hearts can learn new languages after love has made them fall. I am not the same as before you, and I don't wanna be. You left your quiet courage living somewhere inside me. If I see you in a crowded room, I won't turn away. I'll meet your eyes with softness for all we couldn't say. Because what we had was honest, and honest things don't fade. They settle into who we are in every choice we've made. So I keep the cup a little longer, let the mornings come and go, knowing love can still be beautiful even when we let it go. And somewhere in another life, or maybe just this one, I'll thank you for the way you stayed until our time was done.
I used to rehearse my name like it was a product line. Polished smile, sharp and fast, every answer time. 30 seconds in a room to justify my place. Selling who I thought I was with a perfectly trained face. Handshake firm, eye contact, voice pitch just right, listing all the things I'd done like trophies in a light. Watching nods for validation, scanning for approval, treating every conversation like a silent trial removal. The day I quit the elevator pitch, I felt the tension drop. No more bullet pointed self, no more scripted talk. If you ask me what I do, I might just tell you slow. Not the highlight version, but the things that grow. The piano leans into a groove, more playful than restrained. Brushes snap a lighter swing, unbothered, uncontained. The bass line walks beneath it, confident and loose, like something stepping forward without excuse. I remember standing once between floor 9 and 10, pitching future promises to strangers dressed as friends. And somewhere in that upward glide I heard myself repeat a version so rehearsed it felt incomplete. So now when someone asks me what's your 5-year plan, I tell them I'm still learning how to stand, not climbing every ladder just because it's there, not shrinking down my story to make it easier to share. The day I quit the elevator pitch, I started telling truth, that I don't have it figured, that I'm still building proof, and that sometimes I get scared, that sometimes I misread, and that the best ideas I've had came when I wasn't ahead. You don't have to sell it, you can just be it. There's something disarming in saying I don't know, and letting conversation take its natural flow. Not chasing every contact, not networking my worth, just meeting people plainly as humans on the earth. And strangely, things open doors without a push, because authenticity doesn't need a rush. It doesn't sparkle louder or dominate the floor. It simply stands unmoored and asks for nothing more. The day I quit the elevator pitch, I kept my voice the same. In hallways, bars, and boardrooms, no adjusted tone for fame. And what I lost in polish, I gained in breadth and space. A life not built on selling, but on showing up in place. That's who I am, take it or leave it. Now when the doors slide open, I step out uncompressed, not optimized for strangers, not performance dressed, because a person isn't branding or angles tightly stitched. And I've never felt more solid since I quit the pitch.
I let the silence settle on the table between my hands. Steam is rising slowly from a porcelain cup. There's a quiet kind of courage in the way I breathe today. Not loud, not shining, just steady enough. I don't need a miracle to pull me to my feet. I don't need applause to know I'm complete. There's a rhythm in my chest, like a gentle refrain, telling me softly I can begin again. The light moves easy across the wooden floor, tracing every doubt I carried before. It doesn't rush me, it doesn't demand, it simply rests like a touch on my hand. I something tender is changing inside. A deeper tone I no longer hide. I am not broken, I am becoming. Every small heartbeat keeps humming. Not of sorrow, not of fear, but of something honest and clear. The day open like pages I've read, familiar but different in what lies ahead. I don't need answers tied up in gold, just the warmth of a story unfolding. There's strength in the way I sit with my flaws, grace in the pause between breaths and applause. Nothing dramatic, nothing extreme, just a woman believing her own quiet dream. The baseline lingers beneath my skin, soft like forgiveness settling in. Each brush rhythm keeps time with my soul, gentle and grounded, making me whole. I used to chase every echo outside, looking for proof in the turning tide. Now I'm listening close to the sound of my own hope rising up from the ground. It's not a fire that blazes bright, it's more like a steady, faithful light, guiding my steps without a shout, teaching my heart what trust's about. If tomorrow bends in an unexpected way, I know I'll find my balance. I'll stay present and open, steady and true, holding the calm that carries me through. So here at this table, breathing slow, feeling the warmth in the undertow. I lift my eyes, I lift my chin, softly, surely I begin again.
Awake before the city, not because I have to run, just to hear the quiet settle before the day's begun. The kettle hums a low note like it knows the tune, steam rising in the kitchen, soft and slow and soon. There's comfort in the simple ritual of the cup, in pouring without thinking, letting shoulders drop. No headlines in the background, no racing through a feed, just light across the counter and breathing what I need. This slow table by the window is where I find my ground, where nothing asks for more of me than what I've already found. The world can wait a moment, it doesn't disappear, while I sit inside the stillness and let my thoughts grow clear. The piano plays in fragments, gentle, unannounced, brushes barely tracing a rhythm soft and round. The bass line feels like heartbeat, steady and discreet, a reminder I don't have to chase every moving street. I used to check the clock before my eyes were open, counting every second like time was something stolen. But now I let it stretch across the wooden floor. Minutes feel less urgent than they ever did before. This slow table by the window teaches me to stay. Not every morning needs a perfectly planned day. Sometimes it's just about the way the sunlight leans, and how a quiet presence can smooth the sharpest seams. No one's watching, no one's greedy. You can breathe. There's a softness in the silence that doesn't feel alone. It
feels like space expanding into something fully grown. A place where I can listen without a need to fix, where small unfinished questions don't demand quick tricks. I stir the cup in circles, watching cream unfold, patterns forming briefly before they gently fold. There's beauty in the fleeting, in moments not displayed, in living without staging the choices that are made. This slow table by the window is not about escape. It's where I meet myself without adjusting shape. No louder version needed, no sharper point of view, just honesty and quiet, and something steady true. Take your time, it's already enough. Ooh. Outside the traffic gathers, voices start to rise, but I don't feel the pressure behind my waking eyes, because I've built this pocket of calm before the climb, a grounded kind of clarity that isn't bound by time. This slow table by the window will still be here tomorrow, waiting with the same embrace, through joy or through mild sorrow. And that is more than plenty, more than I once knew. That peace can start so simply, with nothing left to prove.
I wake before the noise can claim the room, before the clock decides my pace. There's a softness resting on the floor, a quiet kind of grace. I tie my hair and open up the blinds, let air move slow and free. The city hasn't fully found its voice, and neither have I, yet I breathe. There's coffee warming in my hands, porcelain against my skin, steam rising like a whispered plan of where this day might begin. I used to rush into the light as if I'd fall behind, chasing something undefined that never eased my mind. But now I sit and let it land, this gentle golden hour, not asking it to prove itself or hand me sudden power. The piano in the corner hums soft chords I almost know, like memory brushing past my sleeve in undertones below. I think of roads I've taken fast, and ones I let unfold, of conversations left midair, of stories half retold. Nothing feels like wasted ground, even the turns that bend. They shape the way I hold myself in quiet confidence. There's strength in not reacting first, in letting moments breathe, in choosing calm as my reply instead of restless need. I watch a stranger take her seat across the narrow space. She carries something in her eyes, a question on her face. We do not speak, we simply share the early morning hush. Two lives aligned in passing light, without a need to rush. The bass of traffic far away keeps time beneath the street, a steady pulse reminding me that I am on my feet. I don't require a grand design to validate this day, just honest work and open tone in what I choose to say. There was a time I doubted this, my worth without a crowd. I would make it real or make my spirit loud, but meaning doesn't have to shout or blaze across the sky. It lives inside the measured breath, between the low and high. I gather thoughts like folded notes and slip them in my bag. Not burdens, just reminders of dreams I choose to have. The door swings wide, the light expands. Across the polished floor I stand, not smaller than before, but settled at my core. The day is not a race to win or something to defend. It's simply space where I can place the truest parts I send. If plans should shift or fade away, I trust the ground I've grown. My voice is warm, my steps are sure, my balance fully known. I walk outside with lifted chin, no armor left to wear. The world can move in louder waves, I answer with clear air. Every breath a gentle claim, every glance aware that life is not what waits ahead, but what is living here. And as the rhythm finds my stride, smooth and unafraid, I carry quiet certainty in every choice I've made. The morning does not promise ease or guarantee acclaim. It offers only open space, and I step in the same. No borrowed light, no hurried plea, no echo to outrun, just steady warmth inside my chest, where the day begins with me.
The driver barely looks at me as I tap and find a place. Last seat on the midnight bus, city lights across my face. Windows hum with quiet roads, headlights slide like streams. Everyone is half awake, suspended in between. There's something about late travel that loosens up the mind, when conversations fade away and no one asks for time. No introductions needed, no versions to maintain, just breathing with the rhythm of steady passing lanes. Night bus, last seat, nothing left to prove. No one here expects a thing, no image to improve, just engines, low vibration under dim fluorescent blue. A quiet moving pocket where I can just be true. Ooh. The piano leans in gently with wide and open space. Brushes sweep the lazy beat, unhurried in their pace. The bass line hums beneath it, deep and calm and slow, like reassurance traveling where only I can go. I watch reflections overlap on glass and shadowed frame, my face dissolving softly into passing signs and names. Billboards blur to color, street lights melt to lines. Everything feels distant, yet perfectly aligned. I used to fill these moments with scrolling glowing screens, feeding restless thinking with endless digital scenes. But tonight I let the darkness stay simple and uncut. There's clarity in letting the outside volume drop. Night bus, last seat, carrying the day, letting all the sharpest parts smooth themselves away. No dramatic turning point, no sudden grand release, just smiles unfolding quietly into something like a piece. You made it through. that's enough for now. A woman near the window nods and drifts in sleep. Someone else is whispering into headphones deep. Lives unfolding silently beside me in a row. All of us in transit with places yet to go. There's comfort in the temporary, in seats we do not own, and knowing every stop ahead will set someone alone. Movement doesn't mean escape, it doesn't mean we flee. Sometimes it's just a softer way to sit more honestly. Night bus, last seat, almost at my stop. The engine slows its steady hum as the signal lights pop. I stand without reluctance, step down into the street, carrying that quiet space, still echoing beneath. The doors close with a patient sigh, tail lights fade from view. The road feels slightly different, cooler, somehow new. And I walk the final blocks without the usual rush, because the ride reminded me to lower every hush. Ooh, ooh.
I reached for the same worn novel at the corner of the shelf. Your fingers brushed against mine and paused without a help. Dust hung softly in the sunlight, cutting through the air. The quiet of the little shop wrapped around us there. You smiled like it was nothing, just a simple overlap. But something in the stillness shifted in the gap. The wooden floor beneath our steps carried gentle sound. Every whisper of a page felt steady and profound. I've always loved these hidden rooms where time is stretched and thin, where stories rest in careful stacks and softer thoughts begin. You asked if I had read this one, your voice low, calm and clear, not loud enough to draw a glance, yet somehow drawing near. We spoke of lines that stayed with us, of endings bittersweet, of characters who felt like friends we'd one day hope to meet. There was no rush to impress, no clever words on cue, just honest curiosity moving between me and you. The sense of preparation warm felt grounding at my side, like memory without the weight or anything to hide. I noticed how you listened without planning what to say. Your focus wasn't wandering or drifting far away. I've known conversations quick, bright sparks that fade too fast, but this unfolded gradually like something built to last. You held the book a little closer, tracing lines in thought, not performing knowledge or claiming what you'd caught. Outside the world kept moving, cars and hurried feet, but here between the shelves the rhythm felt complete. I didn't feel the need to shine or shape a perfect tone. I spoke the way I truly think, unfiltered, fully known. You laughed at something small I said, not exaggerated or loud, just warm enough to settle in without a need for a crowd. We drifted toward the narrow desk where purchases are made, but neither of us seemed to want the moment to said sometimes the truth was I had searched for spaces where silence gently chimes, not empty, not alone, but spacious in design, where minds can meet in quiet ways without a flashing sign. You wrote your number on the receipt, not bold, not disguised, just steady handwriting, unhurried and precise. No promise wrapped in urgency, no script about what's next, just possibility untangled and unflexed. When I step back into the street with paper bag in hand, the afternoon felt altered in ways I hadn't planned, not by spectacle or flame, not by dramatic cue, but by a moment softly held between the shelves with you. And as I walk beneath the trees with sunlight in my view, I realize some stories start without announcing. They do.
Fluorescent lights too bright for night, buzzing over tile. Plastic chairs in faded blue, lined in single file. Machine spinning steady rolls, glass doors catching foam. Coins clink down metallic slots, a rhythm of their own. Detergent in the heavy air, warm and slightly sweet. Dryers rumble, patient circles, low mechanical beat. A television mounted high without a single sound. Subtitles for a drama no one gathers round. Quarter turns at 2 a.m., clothes tumbling slow. Watching fabric twist and fall in steady undertow. No one asks for conversation, no one needs a name. Just strangers in rotation in this late night frame. The piano rests in mellow chords, soft and evenly spaced. Brushes mark a subtle pulse, unhurried, unchased. The bass line hums beneath it, deep inside the floor, like grounding through vibration behind the dryer's roar. A woman folds in practice lines, precise and square and neat. A man in work boots checks his phone and rubs his tired feet. Someone studies quietly on a plastic chair. Highlighter moving slowly through textbook air. Quarter turns at 2 a.m. Keep the thoughts aligned. Watching cycles rinse and spin clears a restless mind. There's something in the waiting, in the low machine refrain, that smooths out sharper worries without calling them by name. Let it turn, let it spin. You don't have to rush. I lean against the counter, sip from paper cup. Let the hum surround me till the day loosens up. Not glamorous, not cinematic, just ordinary light. But ordinary feels different in the middle of the night. The dryers slow their rotation, heat fading into warm, a gentle kind of decrescendo after steady storm. I pull the clothes out carefully, steam against my face. There's comfort in the warmth of it in freshly folded space. Quarter turns at 2 a.m., not wasting time at all. Sometimes the smallest pauses are the steadiest of calls. No deadlines in this moment, no spotlight overhead, just tumbling through the noise inside my head. Almost done. Take it home. I stacked the folded cotton balanced on my arm. Push the door into the night, cool air replacing warm.
I saw you first through the window glass, reflected in a moving train. For a second I forgot to breathe, like time had circled back again. You stood there with your hands in pockets, looking smaller than I knew. Or maybe I just saw you clearer, without the weight of what we grew. My heart didn't race like lightning, it didn't crash against my ribs. It moved like something careful, like it remembered how you lived. There was no storm inside me, no trembling at the knees, just a warmth that felt familiar, like a long-lost melody. We almost said hello again, almost let the silence bend, almost stepped across the years that we folded into ends. You turned slightly toward me, I felt the air begin to spin. We almost said hello again, we almost let it in. I wondered if you felt it too, that gentle pull of then and now. Not a hunger, not a heartbreak, just a quiet wondering how two people once so certain could drift without a fight and still stand here unbroken in the soft electric light. I thought about the little things, the way you held your spoon, how you'd read the final pages first and hum an off-key tune. Those details didn't wound me, they didn't make me fall, they simply felt like chapters from a book I once called all. We almost said hello again, almost let our fingers move, almost asked about the years and what they helped improve. I saw your eyes grow warmer, like you felt it settling in. We almost said hello again, we almost let it begin. And maybe that was perfect, that nearly crossing line, because love doesn't always need to rewrite every time. Sometimes it's just a mirror held steady in the day, showing who we used to be and how we found our way. You look stronger in your stillness, more grounded grounded than before. I saw the quiet in your shoulders, like you'd settled every war. And I stood there with my heartbeat steady as a drum, grateful for the story and who we've both become. We almost said hello again, almost said hello, but something felt complete, not broken, not unfinished, just balanced on our feet. We gave each other softness, a half smile, small and thin. We almost said hello again, and that was everything. The train arrived between us, doors sliding open wide, a brief and simple moment with nothing left to hide. You nodded like a promise that needed no defense, and I nodded back in kindness without regret or pretense. As you disappeared inside it, I didn't chase the sound, because loving you once deeply was enough to hold my ground. Some stories don't need sequels, some feelings don't demand a second chance at fire when peace is close at hand. We almost said hello again, and that was more than fine. A quiet kind of closure that felt like gentle time. No ache inside my breathing, no wish to start anew, just gratitude for who I was the day I loved you.
I bought a fern on impulse on a Tuesday after work. Didn't know the Latin name, just liked its quiet perk. Set it by the window, watered it too much. Googled why are leaves turning brown, panicked at the touch. Now there's basil in the kitchen, succulents on the shelf, a cactus with an attitude that mirrors me myself. I check the soil each morning like it's breaking news. Celebrate a tiny sprout like headline-worthy view. I talk to my plants now like they understand. Hang in there, you're doing fine, is something I've planned. I rotate them for sunlight, apologize for drafts. It's cheaper than a therapist and twice as good for laughs. The piano's got a playful swing, a little bounce and grin. Brushes tapping lightly like mischief settling in. The bass line walks in circles, confident and round, like it knows I found my calm in chlorophyll and ground. I used to chase productivity, optimize my day, track my habits, count my steps, measure every way. But nothing humbles ego like a drooping little leaf. You cannot out-hustle nature or negotiate with grief. My neighbor thinks I'm strange now, catching me mid-speech. Don't worry, little Rosemary, you're finally in reach. He waters his tomatoes, pretends he doesn't care, but I've seen him whisper when he thinks nobody's there. I talk to my plants now about my week and such. They never rinse teaching me consistency without a single drill. Grow slow, that's fine, so do I. The fern survived the winter, the cactus bloomed once, the basil bolted awkwardly, but that's life front to front. Some things thrive in sunlight, some need partial shade. Some days I overwater, some days I underplay. There's wisdom in the watering, in tending what you keep, in understanding progress doesn't always leap. It sometimes looks like showing up with picture in your hand, trusting small routines to slowly shape the land. I talk to my plants now, and honestly it's true. The things I say to them are things I need to hear too. Be patient with your growing, don't compare your leaves. You're allowed a season to shed what no one sees. You're doing fine. Keep reaching. They don't applaud my efforts, they don't demand a plan, but every new unfurling feels quietly grand. Turns out I didn't need another grand romance, just dirt beneath my fingernails and a second chance.
You always sit across from me like nothing ever shifts, laughing at the smallest things, pretending we're just this. But something in the way your fingers trace the rim of your glass feels different than the years that have already passed. We said we never complicate the comfort that we build, kept every moment balanced without a hint of guilt. Yet every time your shoulder brushes close to mine, there's a quiet spark running under the line. I know your story's like the back of my hand, every reckless plan you never quite planned. You know the way my voice will fall when I'm unsure of it all. But lately there's a softness in your steady gaze, a lingering pause that gently stays, like we're standing on a fragile edge, neither stepping back nor making a pledge. I don't want fireworks tearing the air, no grand display to prove we care, just the warmth of your need against mine, and that slow unspoken sign. Maybe love doesn't arrive with a shout, maybe it grows while we're figuring out how to hold the silence without fear, how to let someone truly near. Your laughter lands deeper than before, echoing somewhere at my core. It's not the same familiar sound, there's a tenderness newly found. I catch myself watching the curve of your smile, holding my breath just a little while, wondering when exactly we cross from safe and certain to gently lost. If I reach for your hand tonight, will it feel natural, will it feel right, or will the world tilt softly around, changing the shape of every sound? I don't need promises carved in stone, or perfect words carefully shown. Just meet me here in this in-between, where something honest can be seen. Let's not rush what's blooming, slow, let it unfold the way we know, with steady rhythm, calm and true, like every quiet talk we grew through. And if tomorrow carries a different name, for what we are and what became, this delicate phase where friendship softened into praise. So stay a moment longer than planned. Let your fingers rest near my hand, right here where nothing seems to move. It's exactly where our hearts improve. No sudden change, no dramatic sign, just your breath falling close to mine. And in that space so clear and strange is the place where we quiet